welcome, my friends. It's Habbage, and it is a wonderfully wet Wednesday morning here in Colorado. What a night! Oh my goodness! If you happen to catch any of that hockey game, ooh, you were in for a treat. I, I, I was wrong. I kind of tried to guess, and here yesterday, I said, it'll probably be something like 10-8 for the winners. I was way off. The two teams completely let me down. They were both 2 goals short, 8-6. Wow, what a game! 14 goals scored between the two teams. Uh, that is the most that Colorado has ever combined with any other team for in the playoff matchup. So pretty crazy, wild stuff. Both teams. I was delighted. It was so good to see that game going on. Enjoy the action and the flow. And again, I've been, especially St. Louis. Nashville really got a raw deal not having their goaltender in. And I've watched a lot of hockey, but most closely, most attentively to the Colorado and their opponents. And Nashville did get losing their starting goalie right before the series was just a huge blow, and that was tough. And certainly during that series, Colorado lost Kemper for a game and a half. But in that one, was it was perilous. There was an overtime, lots of close physical battling going on in that game or in that series. But Colorado got the sweep, went quickly, and you didn't really get as much chance to kind of feel the back and forth. But the tension was certainly there, and lots of excitement. And then you had the St. Louis series where you did go for a longer series, and at least in terms of the series game totals, it was closer. But also, St. Louis and Colorado almost felt a little bit inevitable, right? There had been a previous matchup in recent years between the two teams in the playoffs. They are both, Nashville as well in the Central. They all see each other, and kind of carried that over, carried in that competitiveness of who would win out in the each year in the series. That last year, more so, St. Louis had a tough start to the year, so they'd kind of fallen back in the standings and were playing catch up. And of course, Colorado had such a great regular season that they really jumped out ahead of everybody else, and it really became a second place race between Minnesota and St. Louis. But last year in particular, these two teams were battling, scoreboard watching, who was going to get that President's Trophy. And as it turns out, Colorado did that year and didn't advance as far. This year, they kind of coasted into the finish, having already clinched the top seed in the West. And St. Louis and Minnesota were left to battle, but that took nothing away from that series. But it was so physical, and St. Louis is so designed to kind of neutralize the flow of the game, bring that physicality and kind of break things up a little bit. And I knew coming into this was going to be two teams that were just going to want to go nonstop, and they did. That totally delivered as advertised, right? And the biggest difference, and I still am fascinated to see how this plays out through the rest of this series, whether it goes 7 games or is shorter. Ideally, shorter would be great, right? Colorado, I could get some rest. This whole next week is looking crazy, but having a top threesome on Edmonton of McDavid. Oh man, now I'm Draisaitl. There we go. I was blanking on his name. And Kane producing historic level. I mean, back in the 80s, certainly the Oilers teams did the same, and individual teams along the way. But the points that those three are putting up are scary good, and that is kind of reminiscent of what Colorado has done in recent years in the playoffs. It's where McKinnon and Rantanen particularly would find some magic and just go and could find a way to play the matchups and get away from the other team's top defenders and make that magic happen. And this year, I really think everybody's been talking about it. Oh, Rantanen is vanished in the playoffs, or McKinnon hasn't produced the way he has in the past. And look at how much more McDavid is doing, because those two will always be compared head to head, right? And McKinnon had a beautiful goal middle of the first period, right? His came through, got a 5-hole shot across on a sort of break, but at least beating the defender that he was with to get the shot. Beautiful. Little roll, forehand-y flick as he was coming across the net. Beautiful little goal. And so there is production. Rantanen also got in on the action a little bit. Everybody seemed to be getting in on the action. When you have an 8-goal game, that happens. But there was no one really dominating. Cale Makar, of course, got 4 points, but one of those was a goal and 3 assists, I believe. If I remember correctly. I don't have any notes. I don't have any score sheets. This isn't a hockey channel, it's a Minecraft channel, but we're just listening to our zombie buddies here as they go into the shoot. As you can see, we're at level 59. I'd like to get that back up to 60 again, and then we'll head on back over to the base and get things going for today's stream. But I just got to talk a little bit about the game. It was so much fun. And kind of the way that those goals came. The Makar goal at the end of the first period was legit. The U.S. announcers on TNT, I thought they're on the moment, and I mean, look at how many times I've misstate stuff when I'm talking about the game. The game here. You just. I mean, how often do I say pumpkins when I'm thinking potatoes and that kind of stuff? It comes up, and it's tough to be on the spot and know every nuance of what's going on. That's why officials, even though we love to boo them, are really pretty good at their jobs. And what happened on that play, which was the goal itself, was reviewed or would have been reviewed for offsides. That's the way that the officials or linesmen, who are the ones who call offsides, are instructed to call it. If it's right there, you don't. If it's very close like that, you kind of let the play continue. If it's somebody coming through, if it's just going into the corner of the zone or something like that, you call it right away, right? But in those moments, if it's tic tac, bang bang, you kind of let it stand and then go back and know that every single goal in the NHL will be reviewed. So if it comes in on one of those kind of breakaway type situations where a guy's making a clear break for the net, as Makar did, you kind of let that sit up, and they did. And yes, Nichushkin had not cleared the zone, so as the puck came into the zone, Nichushkin was offside. And if Makar had been in contact with the puck at that point, it would have been blown dead. It would have been an offside entry into the zone. However, Nichushkin exited, his skate reached the blue line. He was going back out into center ice where Makar was taking the puck in. It kind of happened out of a little bit of a turnover. And so Makar kind of steps forward and kind of an extended breakout-y type of stick handling, right? He's not in constant contact with the puck. You rarely are. In hockey, you're kind of moving it back and forth and sliding it along with what amounts to very gentle taps. And then as you pull it onto like a forehand or a backhand to take a shot, you slide it along with the stick, but you don't move as fast, and you can't ultimately control it as well if you're constantly touching it. It's lots of tiny little controlled taps to move it forward. So he's not in contact with the puck. He's kind of gotten it in the neutral zone. He's moving forward towards the net. He gets it within space. He kind of taps it forward, but as it's going forward a few feet ahead of him, and he's skating along, and you kind of tap it. You're moving more or less at a constant speed, but you tap the puck, then you catch back up to it again and back and forth, right? So he's in that cycle. The puck has gone forward as it entered the zone. He's getting right back up to it. Nichushkin then exits the zone. His skate reaches the blue line before Makar's stick touches it again. Now, all that happens a lot in hockey, right? When they're doing those kind of reviews, some folks struggle to even get the lines and all that. At soccer offside or UK football offside and hockey offside are slightly different in that in soccer it's a moving line based on the back defender. In hockey, it is the fixed line of the blue line. So it becomes an onside play when Nichushkin enters the zone. That's delayed offsides, and that, more often it happens in a dump, right? Somebody will be stuck. The offensive player will see, hey, I've still got a guy in there. They'll dump the puck into the zone from just outside the blue line, wait for their player to come back out, and then go back in. A lot of times that happens around line changes, right? They'll go across the red line, shoot the puck in. The team will jump over the boards. New skaters will come out. They'll go chase the puck in, and fine, everybody gets done, right? Well, in this case, I haven't heard anything post-game from anyone that says that wasn't an onside goal. What was a little odd, and I think where Edmonton fans, if the rules had been reversed, I'd be a little upset. The Edmonton coach immediately, and I know time's running down the period and all that. You're upset. You see the bang bang, and right at their bench there, and kind of go, no way, that's ridiculous. He entered. The other guy wasn't out of the zone. He was stick handling in. So therefore, offside. Let's get it. And probably his video guys they're focused on the line, and they're going, yeah, the puck entered the zone. The guy wasn't clear. It's offside. So they challenge it, and you can do that as many times as you want. It's not like American football where you have 2 per game. In hockey, you can challenge every 30 seconds if you wanted to. The problem is, if you get it wrong, you get a 2-minute penalty, a minor penalty. That's the trade-off. There's no use of timeouts or anything like that. It's just you challenge. If you're right, great. You guys were right. You caught you corrected the flow and get the right play called out. But if you're wrong, then it's a 2-minute minor penalty that follows right after. And even that isn't a problem, right? Sometimes you've got to try, and at that point they didn't need to try, right? There were so many goals that were yet to come. Nobody knew that, of course, but that was going to be the 5th goal of the first period, and they weren't in desperation, right? 2 more periods to go, and you can, ideally, I'll easily make that up. It did, and then I think Colorado got up to the point where they were up to 7-3, and then slowly, or not so slowly at times, Edmonton came back to make it very close at the end before the empty netter pulled it out. But they didn't need to challenge as quickly as they did, I don't think, because the officials were still reviewing the goal at the window. And what that means, every time after a goal, the officials, the referee in particular, but a couple of the officials usually will go over to the scoring window, and there somebody's on a headset with the league office in Toronto, and they're reviewing all the video feeds that are out there to make sure that what was called on the ice when it's a goal is correct, that nothing was missed. And so they're in the process of reviewing that goal to check on it. And the coach can wait all the way up until the puck is dropped for the next play. And he didn't. Instead of waiting to see what the officials on the ice said, he challenged immediately. Now, he may have either way, but you would think give your video guys a chance to take lots of looks, and they may have caught it. They may not have ever seen, they may have just remained focused on the skate and relative to the blue line and when the puck entered the zone, and not caught the fact that it was about the contact, right? Makar had to touch the puck in the zone to be offside, and he hadn't. And whether or not they would have caught that, I don't know. Clearly the U.S. broadcast announcers missed it, because they were saying this is going to be offsides and the goal is going to be waved off. And then, of course, they confirmed it, and my friends and I and everybody in the place went nuts, right? It was great. But from what I heard from some of the other reviews out on other YouTube channels and stuff, it sounded like maybe the Canadian broadcast got it and were clear right from the start that, look, this is going to be a good goal. Here's why. So, and that's not to say like the broadcast crew over at TNT is great. I just don't know. I don't know. I didn't hear the other one. I heard what they were talking about, and seems like they missed that contact piece. So anybody could, right? And it was very close. And yeah, but it ended up costing Edmonton the power play, which then carried over into the second period. I think there were like 11 seconds left or something like that in the period when they scored. And then they got another one about 30 seconds into the second. So that actually made it 4-2. And then Edmonton got one more before Colorado extended back out. But again, either way, so much fun. I love that pace of the game. I love that it really, again, seemed a little bit more so than I expected that Colorado was actually able to spend a lot of time in the offensive zone, more so than I would have thought. But Edmonton is so dangerous. Any little turnover, and their first goal, big old breakaway for Kane, right? And it was just a little turnover, and they're in there. And I think 3 of the goals, I kept before the game, I told people, I was like, they are going to have a guy sitting on the back post of the net. It's soccer, it's hockey, it's there. But Edmonton, in these playoffs, everything that I've seen, they do it so often and so well. They just seem to have a guy that can kind of exist there without getting too tied up by any of the defenders. They almost make an art of this becoming invisible, right? They kind of just seem to hang out there unmolested, and they're ready to put in that backside of the net when the goalie's turned over to the other way. And a huge part of that is, as I was noticing a lot last night, more so than most other players I see, McDavid does this great job of cycling to the outside of the circles. And it's probably just their practiced offensive style, but it's much more circular. The Colorado kind of, reverses directions and crosses points and all that kind of stuff. And it is much quicker, I think, as the opportunity presents itself to pass. Whereas Edmonton, that killing scoring combination will get the puck in the corner of an offensive zone, kind of back behind the net, and then they'll come out, and as their teammates are playing, they'll skate it actually out between the circle and the point and pull it across into the middle of the ice if they don't get tied up, if they have the space to do it. And it seems to be a circular flow where they have somebody then countering it to go around back behind the net or come in from the other point and be lurking at that back door, and they're looking at it, and then the pass will go. It won't turn into a shot or a pass across at that point, as the guy is high in between the circles, kind of, or completing that. He'll kick it back down low on the same side of the ice where he just came from. That's where the shot goes to either get it down to a rebound, or the guy just dips deep and then kicks it across to that man sitting at and it's got to get through traffic. And there was one in particular, I was like, oh man, the Avalanche player had a skate, and it actually kind of banked off one side of his skate to go right to the Edmonton player's stick and go in for a very easy goal. and had it just caught the, kind of the inside of his blade, it would have harmlessly gone over into the far corner. But that's why they're so good at what they do, right? just amazing. I have no more certainty going into the next game than I did feeling like I was going into last night's game. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they reversed. I think the only thing that would surprise me at this point is if you had a game where either team failed to score like 2 goals at least. That would mean whatever one of the 4 goalies that played last night had a spectacular game. And we just don't know at that point. Mike Smith, who, yeah, he gave up a few goals there pretty quickly and got chased, was replaced, but right on the heels of that, Darcy Kemper, who'd been slow to come out from the intermission with what they speculated was an equipment deal, and it may well have been. You couldn't really see him in the tunnel, but they seemed to be looking at his pad. He pulled himself from Colorado's side not much later, and there had been a kind of ugly soft goal where he made a stop with his chest, but the rebound just kind of sat out there in front of him. Now, in the postgame, Jared Bednar, the head coach of the Avalanche, said, yes, he was pulled, and it was for vision issues. In fact, I don't know that he said that, actually. I think he just said the upper body. From what I heard in him, he left it sounding very likely that Kemper would be available, that it wasn't anything long term. But you can't deny that when Francouz went in, he handled himself very well. Yes, it wasn't it wasn't perfect. Nobody's going to be perfect against these two teams. The other side, the game that's coming up tonight between the Rangers and the Lightning is going to be I would imagine the opposite, because you've got 2 such solid goaltenders in that one. So we'll see. I don't know. I won't even begin to try to guess, but where that one will go. But I think that either of those two would still be hard pressed. If they were in this series or just transported onto either one of these two teams and facing the lineups in both, some of the pucks are still going to get through. As good as a goalie can be, and again, there may be one of these. There may be a star in the making where some goalie actually absolutely stands on his head and just becomes a wall that can't be sorted out. But with two teams that move the pucks so well, goals are going to happen. Nothing they can do to stop it. At times, right? They do their best, and in some cases they look absolutely superhuman or inhuman, the way that they are able to make their bodies move to get in front of just that little inch of the net that's being targeted. But yeah, could easily flip-flop in the next one. I hope not. I hope to see a lot more of these, and I don't know. I still hold maybe one of these games it's going to take 10 to get through, because a few more whistles, right? Both teams were 1 for 2 on the power play, and it really felt as though, because the one is a mandatory penalty, right? You can't not enforce you made a challenge and it got missed. But otherwise, they were really, the game didn't have that feel that people, there was a lot of good hitting and some big hits, but it didn't feel too much like there were people that were just trying to make statements, right? Like, oh, we have to go out and show this team that we're imposing by just specifically doing that kind of stuff. Yeah, there, a few times in front of the nets and stuff, there's a little pushing and shoving. It's hockey, and there were some big hits. One, I don't know who it was. It was Taze that stepped in front of McDavid as he was kind of going through center ice, and it was effective. He stopped him and broke up the chance to enter the zone. but he got knocked on his butt, and it was like, yeah, that's physics for you, right? It doesn't matter. He actually stopped McDavid going at relatively full tilt. I doubt he was at absolute max speed, but McDavid was moving, and he stepped right in front of him and knocked him off the puck, stopped his forward progress, and then absolutely flew backwards because you're standing still and putting your body in front of somebody. I don't care how strong you are, you just don't have the momentum. That energy's got to go somewhere. But so there were big hits, and there was I remember one kind of far corner that the Avs had that was a pretty good cruncher of a hit. Few in close in the close boards on the TV broadcast by Edmonton. I think Edmonton definitely out hit Colorado, and I'd say that they had the advantage on some of the bigger hits. But can they keep up that pace that for much of it Colorado was kind of maintaining in terms of the going down and locking down the zone, and then Edmonton would come back. But in that third period when things got desperate, Edmonton was the one largely locking down in the Colorado zone. Of course, they had power plays helping them do that a little bit, and the Avs did have one full kill, but that makes it tough to get out of your zone, right? That definitely tilts the kind of offensive possession time or feel as it goes. But if you can tell, I've now talked for almost a half hour just about the hockey game. It was great. So if you're watching the VOD, thanks so much. If you're lurking, remember I am just watching the chat here. So say hi if you'd like up in the Twitch chat. I'll see your messages as they come through, but not really seeing how many folks are out there lurking or anything like that. So we've got some zombies to go kill. They are calling for our attention here. I know. I guess I should have pulled the inventory down, but for folks just driving by, at least we had something for them to see other than a dark room with the occasional glowing enchanted gear. Got a pretty good crew down here now. All that talking time. Should probably get a couple levels, I would think. Getting a little quieter in here. And down to the gold shoes. You're thinking about making a rock band. We're the gold shoes. Be here all week. Oh, it's tough to get through those levels. All right. Real quick, we will check for enchanted gear, and I'll move that over. We'll go dump these in the corner. But I just want to siphon off any XP where it's appropriate. Was it chain pants? I've got chain pants. You can see I've made a pretty good. I think we need to finish up the gold helmet down here. But yeah, basically now I'm not even looking at the enchants, just grabbing off the stuff. But that did get us up to level 61. Okay, gold helmet. We will make a full one. This will speed this up for me in the future because I won't have to look as often. Don't need shoes, don't need any of the other gold stuff. All right, so then we just go over here and get the old shift Q going. Everything gets dropped in the corner. These random bits can go in the junk, and there's an iron. Oh, we did have a few more. I think I'm going to take these, actually. A few more squid eggs. Why didn't I grab them? And we'll go ahead and take those, because that's an emerald. Should I take the potatoes, too, since we're going back? All right. Perfect. So there we go. We can leave that. Put this back in our hand, and be off. So back to Minecraft. Focusing here. For those of you folks who may Hey, just stumbled by. This is hardcore vanilla Minecraft. We are uh, playing in effectively um, a win or go home kind of situation. Not that we're worried about. Minecraft is beautiful. It's a sandbox. You don't. There's no real win. You have to beat the dragon, right? And you reach the end. But then the game just gets going, and we haven't done that yet. But we got a good mini win, let's call it, yesterday when we went to the Nether and found a fortress and got both of the items that we really needed from there um, out of the gate. So we have. I still am traveling without a bed, I realize. So this could be a bit of excitement. But um, we got both Nether Wart. How am I? It hasn't been that long. How did I miss the exit though? Nether Wart and Blaze Powder. Got lots of Blaze Rods and lots of Nether Wart. I don't know why I'm struggling here so much. So now we can start brewing, and of course it's nighttime. Why wouldn't it be? Get you guys a little combat. Let me see. Is the moon setting or just rising? So with these 61 levels, we can go back, as we talked about at the end of the last episode, we can try for enchants on our diamond helmet, um, our sword here, or a sword, because this one's kind of dinged up, and our bows and our tools, and just try to improve those last few attributes. We got one zombie. Just do a little attempt at dodging here. Get on home. All right, we made it. Well-earned sleep, and for me, well-earned coffee. Oh, made a huge mess today. So it'd been a few days. I had fresh made iced tea that I was working out of a pitcher the last few days, so I hadn't bothered to make coffee in the morning. I just have a glass of iced tea, and that was all fine. But I don't know, like Friday or Saturday maybe was the last time I actually made coffee in my kitchen, and I'd taken out the trash and all that kind of stuff. And at some point, I had taken the filter cap thing, emptied out the paper filter full of the grounds into the trash and taken that out. So the little filter cap thing was still just sitting on top of the. I have two cups that I usually make coffee into both of in the morning when I'm making coffee, and then the one sits in the other. Um, Usually waits until either I take a break from stream and go get it, or until after stream or whatever, and then I have it later. And it's insulated so it stays nice and warm while it's waiting there and sealed. Well, somehow I had reversed the order, I guess, the last time I made coffee. So the insulated cup was sitting there empty, and the filter cap thing was sitting on top of the. Uh, I don't know if I want to make anything with those yet. So let's go upstairs. I'll finish my coffee story. So anyway, the insulated cup that I usually fill second is sitting there. The filter cap thing is sitting on top of the non-insulated cup that I usually drink out of first. And I just put the paper filter into it, put the coffee on top of it, never even took the little plastic filter holder thing off the top of the cup. And I'm pouring all the hot water, and I'm just kind of puttering around the kitchen, right? I think I was eating a banana, and all of a sudden I hear this like dripping water sound. I'm like, what? And I look down, and there's this huge mass of coffee. The cup had apparently sat full of old coffee for the full week, the full holiday weekend, whenever the last time I made coffee. And I hadn't even realized that that cup had just sat there. It wasn't drugged. So it took about, a few drops out of that first filter, and then all of a sudden I've got coffee spilling all over my counter and my floor. It was a mess. But kind of lesson learned. Check your stuff. Now, we've got this helmet, but really, until we see Prot 4 on that, well, we don't care too much. What we do... Oh, I don't even have a pick. See, this is what I thought. Now we can just make one as needed. We're going to use one of these. Like I may make an axe, or I may make a hoe or something. Who knows? But we'll need at least one pick. So, Unbreaking Fortune 2, Smite 4, Punch 2, is that it? We really don't have a whole lot of stuff to roll through now. Do I want to try any of those? We can start scrubbing stuff now if it doesn't give us extra stuff. And I think it's 61. Our odds would be pretty good. I don't know. I do know one other thing, though. I think we'll probably take the book out of those. I don't think there's anything in there that I really want, but let's be ready to enchant more bows. Because those, if I get power, we could stack up or just build multiple bows. Up and down and up and down. Oh, I forgot to climb the vines again. Dang it. We'll climb the vines down. There we go. Now we can at least use a few of these, but with Punch as the dominant one there, I'm not too sold on that idea, so I think we're just going to roll the book. And then we'll look again. Prot 3, not good enough. Efficiency 4, maybe. Although we've got a couple good efficiencies. Unbreaking. Oh, come on. Did we look at a book yet? I don't even know if we looked at one yet. Prot 3. I don't know that we even... Like, that would allow me to take Prot 3 on a helmet, but... Oh, we could put... No, I think we'll hold out. I forgot we didn't have prot on the boots. We just got the feather falling. So that makes it more important to just take books and try to preserve these. We need a little RNG now. That'll do. It's gonna be tough to beat that, but we'll at least look. Not that for sure. We got a dozen of those books. Not that for sure. Not that. Can't imagine anything here. Nope. Just fortune. But that's all right. That gets us a lot more diamonds, right? Or coal or anything else. So what are we at? 56. We really haven't gotten much benefit out of having things stack. Again, smite. Game really wants me to have a smite. Sword. And I guess I should be looking here. These will sometimes roll over to the other tools. Um, these are indifferent. And now again, I don't have enough diamonds to check the others. I just want something better for all my effort here. Power 3. What? Power does go up to 5, right? And I'm sure it does. Okay, here we're going to check. Come on. Be the same. Yes. All right, so we will do this. Very nice. We'll need an efficiency 4 book or other pick to merge up with that, but now we can take this, put it onto one of these. Probably this one, because until we get unbreaking books, it doesn't really matter. That one can live at home here somewhere, and we can do the old lay out all the gathered ores and break them, and with mending on it, it will be repairing itself the whole time. So not a problem there. And this one can go out into the world, and we can basically, this is just digging pick, and this is gathering ore and all the rest of it, so that we can get bigger hauls. So that, last but not least, was a great grab there. Glad I made the other pick, used up the rest of our diamonds to do that. Now we're equipped to go out. Eventually, we want Silk Touch on any of these that are going out in the field with us, and we'll just keep one fortune pick ready to go back at home. But now we've got one last chance for something. Come on, book. Take that. Let's try and... well, we don't need to sleep right now. Okay. Here. Unbreaking. Maybe. 3, not enough. And unbreaking, not good enough. And this is good. 'Cause Sweeping Edge only goes up to 3. Getting that in a book, we can then put it onto another sword. So I'm going to take that one too. That's pretty good. And I will just keep looking at these. We may not stack. Oh, perfect. Check the sword, but probably the bow. Yeah. Okay. Keep keep rolling here. Yes, please. I don't know. The reason I'm kind of dissuading the helmet here is we've got the gold helmet with such good enchants at the moment. All right, just sharp 4, but now we can put the Sweeping Edge on with the sharp 4 and have a pretty burly weapon. We'll put the mending on it. We'll need another sharp 4 book. We'll need a looting book. All the rest of that jazz. Oh. Maybe. But we're not going to get. Are there only 2 levels of fire aspect? I gotta check that. I think that only goes up to 2. That may be what we. Act. Oh boy, there's a storm now. Maximum level 2. So let's do. Where was that? Let's actually do that instead of the power 4 bow, which we've already got, and we've got the books. We've got a power 5 bow. And respiration, I could use that, certainly, but we could eventually get a book with that. We've got res 2 on the gold helmet. So let's take this one. And, I mean, I guess with all this good, don't know. Do I want punch too? Trying to check the. Punch has 2, max 2. So. Wait, before I do that though. Oh wait, we already got sharp fur. So yeah, that's about all we're looking at. Unless this is prot 4. Nope. Okay. All this is really doing is now threatening my ability to put everything together that I want. All right, finally we are done. We'll come back to enchanting some of the day power, sweeping edge, and fire. We want all those. We don't need this, these, and I'll leave these sticks up here too. All right, everything else we're good. We're going to climb down the vines because I keep talking about it. Whee! Awesome. Let's go to sleep. Get the storm over with. All right, so we're going to piece and patch some stuff together. First thing, we want to get these picks together. So we already said these are both 5s. So this guy and this guy. 15 that way. 12. We'll see what we can. We're going to have to get a bunch more levels to get everything put together. All right, so this is our stay-at-home pick now. Ready to go to gather up or process ores that we carry home using this pick and this pick. And then here, power 4 punch. So we'll keep that one as a spare, and we'll put these two powers together. Five. And then we'll put before we do fire aspect, we need to get mending on here. Okay. Then need probably the next biggest priority is getting mending on the pick. And then cooking the gold. Very important that. These two can get dumped off in here. Now, 5 left. Too much there. Too much there. All right, well, let's keep that. That over there. I guess I should have left the helmet upstairs. Wasn't that what I was doing? And then we'll probably go take a turn on all the animals just to get some quick low levels, right? They'll be really fast where we're so low. Enough to wrap up the last of this enchanting stuff. And then we'll be off to adventure. To adventure. Let's go. Let's start with the bees this time because we left them alone, and I haven't been. You guys saw where I parked at the end of the last stream. It's basically just horse trap. I think he'll still be a trap horse, so we got to be ready to go here. Right, there we go. And yeah, you guys fight each other. That seems awesome. They're all doing their own thing. Now, I always worry. Oh, no, I don't want to hit the horse. Don't. Oh, what? Did you guys all kill each other's horses and not... Stop it. They killed all the horses. What is wrong with you guys? Seriously? That was awful. I wanted a skeleton horse. Worst skeleton horse trap ever. Whatever. Let's go feed the bees. Feel better. So, flowers here. Let's use white tulips. That seems good. Oh, and I don't need... Get a couple arrows out of that. Hi, bees. Hello. Come on out. I hear you. One. One over there being busy getting her fields back. Hi. And I don't remember... I don't think we harvested anything. Oh, there you go. Come here. Come here. Get some tulip juice. There you go. It's a problem when it's early. When you get loads and loads of bees, you don't even notice how annoying they can be. They're like, what time of day do you do things? What schedule are you on? I'm going to eat. I mean, oh yeah, 4 occupying hives. So, and I think that's you two that we already bred. All right, you guys go about your day. Let me get some fresh bees out here. Okay, they all went inside. Okay, here's one. What's up? Hi, everybody. Oh, now, oh, those are not tulips. That's why. Hi, hi, hello, and hello, and good afternoon. Oh, do we have an odd bee? Nope. No. All right, I think that's enough time standing around waiting on bees. That got us a little bit. I just need those bees to be going strong. All right, we need wheat. Those are potatoes. Not the right chest yet. Wheat. Seeds. More wheat. Probably not more than that, though, because we did just harvest cows and then potatoes, right? Because we can use those for the pigs. Let's go see the animals. Looks like our bees have been doing a fine job. That was what I was getting at. I don't think we harvested on stream. I think I must have done that right before I started the previous stream. Whenever I had started on the spawner and all the endless camping there. And since we had just harvested the cows, we'll leave them. I want to get these torches, though. Alright, chickens. How y'all doing, chickens? Everybody having a good day? Excited about the hockey game last night? Did you guys see it? Put it on a big screen up there on the dirt wall. Maybe hang something there for them. All the animals can watch with us. Alright, here we go. Everybody get some seeds. Alright, now let's do this. Big space. You're all getting egged. Also, I just realized this. Usually, I'm like, oh yeah, I just started up the game and laggy and all that. The game was going all night last night while I slept. I forgot to turn it off. So that little mob spawner was just cranking all night long. Um, and I started up. There was at one point this morning when I unloaded piles of zombie flesh out of those chests, and how is it nighttime already? And how have I still not picked up that dang bed? We were just enchanting in the middle of the night. The bees couldn't have taken that long. All right, you guys get over here. Come here. Oh man. All right, we got the bed downstairs. I'm so mad at myself that I haven't picked up that green bed yet. It was at least a theme through all of the last stream. And I don't know if it was before that or not. Oh, maybe it's just the end, right? Because we got over to the village and I'd put it down so I'd have lots of room to carry trade goods. Speaking of which, that would be something that would be very nice to get done in addition to, and maybe some brewing today, is tracking down some Endermen. And I see the one guy here. Tracking down some Endermen and getting an Ender chest system going. Now, especially now that we have a Silk Touch pick. Oh, dude! Come here! Of course, the other reason for wanting to go down to the chickens that I just ran away from is we need to harvest a bunch of them for feathers so we can make more arrows. I think we're pretty good on flint, but we need feathers at the moment. And before we do that, we'll probably do the pigs and the sheep and then process the chickens out. Why? Because while there's a lot of them there, they'll lay more eggs, and then we can get more baby chickens, potentially. Hi. You look a little too anxious. Why do you... It's like a conspiracy here. They're all, like, guarding the gates. Hey, alright, he's got to come to one of these. You sheep are too smart for your own good. You guys are potentially the lucky ones. I don't know. I don't expect to do a lot of sheep harvesting. But considering we're up to level 14 already, I won't argue with the results of breeding for XP. Hey, piggies. See? Oh, I want to share too. You guys, should we all eat potatoes together? Let's all eat potatoes. Yummy. I'm a piggy. Oh. How many others of you want potato hearts? Here we go. Here we get some? No, not you. Okay. All right, level 15. Very good. All right, now into the fray. More eggs, more chickens. And we'll see how long this axe lasts. So we're about an hour in, I guess. Right? I started at about 8:30. My time. Mountain time, U.S. Here we are in beautiful Colorado. It's still wet. So that's the other thing that's been going on. So it stayed cool here, and they were kind of saying that like on Memorial Day. It was like, yeah, it's gonna be kind of volatile and cool, pretty much through the week, which is fine. We kind of have already had some real heat, so we missed out on really spring-like weather. We're getting it now. We had that snow not too long ago, but it's been some beautiful days in between, and then there's been some more unsettled, or at least cooler days. And ever since through the weekend and beyond, I think it was Saturday maybe, that was nice, cool nice, but nice, and we were out throwing discs. Yeah, that was Friday. Whatever day that was. It was kind of the last, like, really shorts, t-shirt, be outside and just enjoy it. We had a pretty day on Sunday. Monday, man, all my days are messed up with the holiday. On Monday, it was bright and sunny, but it was windy and cool. So it was kind of sweatshirt at most, and not real pleasant even then to be out in. And then yesterday, it started out bright and sunny enough, and when I started streaming kind of midday, it was still cool, very cool. But it kind of looked just partly cloudy when I kind of came inside and started doing this. And by the time I ended, I was kind of looking around the blinds. I was like, "Ooh, it's getting a little darker." Looked outside, and sure enough, it's raining. And I was like, "Oh man, it's kind of a stinker." But it is what it is, and it starts raining. And we were going to a place kind of close to my house, walkable. In fact, I usually walk there. And I was like, "Oh well." I don't want to walk over in the rain. I'm going to drive over, and I was going to have a few beers, so I wasn't going to drive home, even though it's close, right? Doesn't, as I've tried to make very clear through the holiday, don't mess around with that. Just okay, I'm not going to drive. I'm drinking anything. Don't drive. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just take my truck over there, and it's raining. If it stops and is just a beautiful evening, I'll walk home. If it's not, I will come back and get it in the morning, Uber or something. Well, it turned out my friends are a married couple that were there last night, and one of them was driving and said, "Yeah, I'll give you a ride home." 2 minutes, right? 10 to 15 minute walk is 2 minutes in a car or something like that. But it was still raining rather heavily at that point, and it pretty much went. Certainly when I went to bed, it was still raining hard, and it was very much still wet when I looked out this morning. I didn't go out. I will either be walking back to get my car. Well, I will be walking back out to get my car, whether that's done in like a rain jacket and rain pants. I would prefer to let that end. So that was what I was like, yeah, you know what? It can sit there for a few more hours. I will do the stream and see if it improves by the time I'm done. Hopefully it will. Be nice. So I think, obviously, we've got a lot of feathers now. Let's put this stuff back. The leftovers. And potatoes. Then we'll do our enchanting. And then I think since I've kind of powered through this first cup of coffee, I'll probably take a break then. I will look outside since we've been talking about it. Check what the weather is. And come back, and then we'll be set to do our adventuring without further interruption or to do. All right, this needs to stay. What else do we have? We have a fire aspect for the sword. Oh, it's getting good. We need another sharp and looting, right? And unbreaking. And it's already at 7. See, I'm putting on a lot of extra junk. It should be fine. But you never know with swords because they take so much stuff. And then here, let's go ahead and combine these. And then, since we still don't have infinity, let's go ahead and get all of this and this. And that. Each of these arrows should now go a lot further in terms of the damage that they will do. We can now make a single stack of those. Kind of nice. And we've got a bunch of raw chicken. This is going to become problematic. We'll have to figure out storage for that eventually. But for the time being, I think we're good. More sticks. the green bed. We got the shield. We'll just combine these. Should be enough axe, and I guess for now we'll leave this in here. We need to stock up on food, and if we're going adventuring, let's just swap these. Usually I keep all my prepared foods down here so they're ready and different from the ingredients. These are all cooked, but I don't know that we need enchanted goldens. Certainly on our first trip to the nether, that was a thing, because you don't know if you're going to get stuck way up high, potentially get knocked off by a ghast or something like that. The one time that we fell in tow, it was sure good to have one of these as soon as we were splashing around in the lava, having fallen pretty much from the top of the map to the bottom. So I was glad for that. But now our armor has improved with the enchanting we've done since then, and now we've even got better weapons. So I think we're doing well there. Not too worried. That should repair up, but I don't think we need to go back to the spawner or anything else to get that done. You guys look, if you're lurking, keep an eye on the inventory here and let me know if you think there's anything else I should bring along for our adventure. But I think with golden carrots to fill our saturation, with golden apples to fill our any kind of absorption needs, if we're in a hairier fight, we'll just eat one of those. Between these two, we should be able to get good ores. I'm thinking we're going to head out through the jungle, which means we should. I'll think about it while I'm on the break too. We'll probably want to bring a couple of axes and maybe a shears, help us clear our way through. I don't know. Think about that. If we go straight south across the jungle to find out what's in that direction, what else might we need to bring along? And should I bring blaze powder so that we could make ender chests as we go? I think maybe that would be a really good idea, right? Because they are... Oh, I may not have the recipe because we haven't actually gotten an eye yet. Dang it. It's just an ender ball pearl with the powder to make the eye, and then it's the eye in the middle of 8 obsidian to make the chest, right? All we really need is one, but they'll stack. But then we put it down, we can load it up, use our silk touch pick to pick it up, and then we've got all the extra gear that we loaded up, so we'll get a little bit more capacity. So if we run into an enderman, that would be a really good thing. But the trade-off is we're then carrying around one inventory spot for blaze powder. I guys have a think. If you're here hanging out and you have a take on that, is it worth it, or do we just go for an out and back? And if we see an Enderman along the way, great. If not, we don't, and we just wait. The best bet, if we want to get that set up first, would be to go back into the Nether, go to that warped forest, and see if we can get a little safe spot to get a few of them until one finally does drop a pearl, and then we can go from there. Let me know, or we'll figure it out when we get back. I will be back in just a few moments. All right, I am back. Give you guys a little flash. Oh, I gotta get the OBS one out of the way. Give you a little flash here. If you've been skipping ahead, I am back. All right, so I think I convinced myself. Let's leave this. Let's make a couple more axes and a shears. And go clearing first, and then we'll come back because I don't know how much time we wasted there. I think probably if we want to get an ender chest for our adventure, we probably should go back to the nether to try to get the ender men. You can see we started this already a little bit. But now what we can do is leave the big trees, clear all the little stuff. And just try to cut a swath or a swathe, chat. I call it a swath. I don't know if that's a regional thing or what, but... And I don't know how necessary this is. It's really kind of a self-troll in terms of inventory, but it sure is quicker. And hey, at some point here, I want to make some storage, so we will eventually be all good. And as we're up here, looks like we still got a ways to go. Alright, back down. Oh, and then it's a big oak tree. Yeah. Now, here, I want to go kind of slower than the shears because I want to make sure I can get back up on top of leaves to go all the way up the tree. I think that's the top. Branch there. Anything above. Those are good. That is nice. That looks like just another tree. Let's go to where those will keep us elevated. Oh. And let's be in the spot where we can take both of these trees down. This one's got a lot of branches, doesn't it? You will keep some of these leaves safe beneath me. Okay, we should be able to get all that from the ground. That we can get from below. There. now our shears are almost done. They're nice, they just don't last. And then we can get this. And this. There. It's the one we just got. I think here we can reach. Nope. Be the last one. Good. Or you get that? Is that the tree we came out of? And here. Okay, that one's not super tall. That's good, but this one looks like it is. It's not as good. No, it's not this oak tree. Is it this oak tree? Cheers. It was good knowing you. I guess both of those were pretty manageable. Might as well use them while we got them, right? What are these? Get gone. I do see a wood block down here, though. There's got to be one in here somewhere. Okay. A bit more forward. Something in there. Right, there's the end of the shears. Nope, that's not what we want to do. This whole grove of trees. Ooh, this could be good. I think this is not the massive oak. This is just that kind of in between tall one with one branch. Got a cave. How can I? Oh. Can I get up on top of all of you? Nothing touches there. So that's where we're coming from. Oof, we haven't made it very far. We're gonna go into this cave though. We'll kind of finish this out. I'm assuming. I thought we were gonna find the tops of some of these oak trees, but maybe it's just all leaves. There's one. Where are they all? I don't want to have hundreds of shears. Trim the jungle. Trim the jungle. So maybe this is the only big one. All the rest are little? Even so, though. That's a giant jungle tree. I'm kind of trying to keep this all level so that we can sleep up here. As soon as that sun is fully down on our leafy green bed in the leaves. Then with a hopefully dry, fresh day tomorrow, we will chop again. Where the rest all these dang trees go to, though? Alright, I think this is the far edge. So let's try taking that down. And now do we see maybe that's another one? And then I don't know. Where are they? Oh, these look like branches. Maybe that's just one of those single branch kind of trees. Sure does look that way, doesn't it? Alright, let's go. Before those all break down. Alright, well, we definitely got another tree right here. Branches off this one. And then what do we have over here? Is this just because of the jungle tree? Or is there a bigger tree here? So I'm going to guess that's branches lower down off one. Or maybe that's just off this branch. Alright, let's get you. Those will probably all stay because they're connected there. But now we can go here, there. There's something under here. Just this other tree. What is this branch? Okay, it's connected to this tree, which is probably just another shorty. Just totally grown in. Alright, what do you got? Another shorty just with the branches under here. And then it's still this big one. Let's get that out. Now, I think all of those are disconnected. And there we go. So our great overlords at YouTube who know I have been watching an inordinate amount of hockey videos lately gave me a recommendation this morning when I first woke up. And it was how all NHL teams got their names. And, kind of generally something I'd be like, whatever, dude. It can figure out most of them. And it was very promotionally, right? Like throughout the whole thing, it was like, well, you can check out my other video about how all the MLS, that's the American Soccer League, how all those teams got their name, or baseball, or football, or whatever. It seemed as though hockey had been one of the last in this series because he had references to all the others, but no matter. Uh, Dude, and I didn't even catch what channel it was or anything like that. It was just in my recommended on the home, and I watched it while I was still coming out of the groggy overnight sleep at like, I don't know, into the 5 o'clock hour this morning. So it was early, but it was pretty good. I definitely learned some stuff, and I don't have any. Oh! Jump scare. Here I am talking about hockey teams. Well, he made that cave. He probably came up out of that cave, is actually what happened there. Don't like jungles, though. I didn't leave anything up in these trees to make them persist, did I? Hey, look at this. Our cave is a little bit more of a ravine than I thought. Really don't have much access here. Now, am I going to get stuck? Always want to have a way out, right? As the creeper just reminded us, these can have nasties in them. So how the hockey teams got their names was pretty cool. Like some of it was a great reminder for me. As I was trying to say when the creeper interrupted me, I don't have any reason to doubt that this guy didn't have all his facts, right? But you never know. It's YouTube. I don't know anything about whatever the channel was that um, created it, but it was entertaining and informative. For somebody who really doesn't know any of the history of the NHL, it would be really good. For somebody like me who, yeah, I hard pressed, I may have to scratch my head for a few minutes if one of the names was escaping me. But I know what all the teams are. Or I can come up with them eventually. If you put me on the spot, I might struggle. I'm not one that constantly is thinking of every single team in the league or their history, but. And a lot of the history of the moves between teams and things like that, I have been aware of. I've lived through, sadly, quite a few of them. But for one thing, I was very, very surprised at how few teams there were until relatively recent. We don't have any. Let's come back when we've kind of switched out our gear, right? Let's clear a little bit more of this rim. And then we will be good to go. You And probably all of you should go. Be a little less protective of my axes. Usually I leaves cheer up their durability so fast that normally I'd try to avoid breaking leaves at all costs with the axe, but we got loads of iron, and I'd rather get this done than not. Be that way, tree. I will come up here to get your last block. And you. Oh, one more. At least one more. Whee! Yeah, I think this is better. Kind of lost the gully. Is it back over here? Seems to be. These are just waiting to break. Now we're kind of going east now. Wait, we're going east. The sun's already setting again? I guess there was a creeper in the middle of all that, but that was a quick day. Oh, I already got that one. Oops. What are all these? I got that one? I made it pretty far in here. What this? What that? I don't know how big that tree is. Oh, we can get that tree before we sleep. Jungle bed. And sleep. And hope for no more creepers. Alright. Now... Still seems like something kind of big. See, this is my habit. I said, oh yeah, we're going to use the axe for speed. And then I'm breaking leaves with my bed. Alright, this is much, much better. Not the only one. That one. Hopefully that'll break up some of these little guys. Oh. What? Go meat vines. Oh. Very shifty in here. Makes me think that underneath there's more than just that little cave. Don't know what that might be, but... See, here, I'm struggling to pop right through all this stuff easily. Guess you're up next. Hopefully that will be enough height to get the rest of this. Really should have looked. got a little overconfident there. Oh yeah, I've got the top block. Can I get like a ladder? Ladder made just for us. big oak tree. Where's your branches? Big oak tree. Switch here pretty quick. Alright, funnel axe. See anything else up here? No. Definitely got one going up this way, though. I remember hating these trees so much when they were new. Still not ideal, but... And I still find I break way more leaves than I probably need to, but... Anything else? That's a different tree. That's the end of that. Hope we got it. Cocoa beans, jungle saplings, all the goodies. Oak saplings we totally don't need. At some point here we'll set up composters to get more bone meal. Yeah, there's definitely something at large here that's getting just a bit of lag. Although again, as I said, game was running all night. And now I throw in jungle, which is never the most smooth of biomes to try to run through quickly. Go. Still got to be something in here. It's keeping all this stuff up. Alright, well that's a pretty good cut. We still have a little bit of space. Do we go for this oak next? Let's try to get rid of whatever's in here. So this whole mass can be breaking down while we're gone. Ooh. Speaking of holes, different hole, but there is something down there. Let all that clear out. Can I... If I get up there, it's going to break, and I'm going to have... You know what I can do? I can do this. Well, I guess the first thing I could do is... Let's do it like that. Take that tree. Be one down here somewhere. There's our little bridge. We will get back up to that tree, no problem. I think that's the last of the branches. Right? Nothing here. Um, that. 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 And then this guy. So helpful. What a good tree. And this was the hole. That, I guess, probably connects through, and that's why there was so much lag as we were trying to move through all this stuff. Just terrain and stuff down below our feet. We'll go check it out soon as we've used up this axe and head for home to unload and try to figure out storage for all of this junk. Oh, like slid down, taking all the vines down as I went. Not good for climbing. Now I don't trust any of those little holes. Is that another big tree? You don't need you big trees. Just be a jungle of the skinny trees and the 4x big trees. 2x big trees. Oh, man. I can at least get these low ones. Take that. This. Try to clear some of this ground stuff in between these last edge of trees. Jump. Alright, well, I know. It doesn't feel like a lot, but this stuff is still here. We kind of shifted a little bit, but we'll try to use this to clear. Feels very much like it's nighttime again, doesn't it? How that has happened, how we spent 3 days, I don't know, but think we definitely need to make this a little easier to navigate. Alright, so if I was trees, I'd probably go up in that box. Game. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here for a second. Okay. Get out of that. Well, we can certainly do this, and this, and these, and this, and this. Right? And dirt. Beans and apples. Seeds, I guess. I can clean those up sometime when you guys aren't around, if I ever have dead time where I'm not just standing there trying to farm XP. Alright. Now, well, there. And then let's take these because they actually have a different home that far more stuff is in. I do like some of those leaf blocks though, just for decorating around, filling in. The magnolias are great too for that, and in that sense, they're kind of could all go in the same, vegetative stuff, but The moss and the moss carpet and the azaleas kind of, to me, fit better with a lush cave thing. You end up with so much of that. But all of that could be on one of those tiers of the storage I was talking about. But having little bushes and stuff around like that is kind of nice once we get to landscaping. Once I do that, again, I don't know how many folks are dead set on hanging out and doing landscaping stuff, but happy to share it with you if you're interested. Okay, let's go caving. So for that, we will take a little bit of cobble, stock up on our torches here a bit, and let's reset just a few tools. See what we got here. 2 more axes in case our trip comes to nothing. And another shovel. Alright. Let's go. Hopefully we'll at least not just scream in terror when we see creepers and let them pop. We will hey, hey, I don't give you guys free reign of the island to come wandering into the jungle where you're going to get blown up or eaten or stuck on a vine or something. That's not cool. Very grateful of you, black sheep. I mean, if it was a white sheep, probably wouldn't have even noticed, but I fed you and raised you from a little baby sheep, typically called a lamb by some people. Doesn't have to be, though. Sometimes it can just be baby sheep. All right. Now, let's see what we can do. This is where we got stymied before. Ooh. I don't want to just miss out here. It looks like, maybe that wasn't such a big deal, but it kind of felt like it was. Kind of a big deal, you know. Ooh, coal. We can use that. Hey, guess what? It's more probably of the same bigger cave system. Dripstone, dripstone everywhere. I keep, at some point I knew that water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. What poem is that from? I never even, like in English or anything, really I felt did much with like a poetry thing. Um, did have read some, um, but I don't know. I think like a lot of things. I was thinking this the other day. I don't know what triggered it. Oh, you know what? I think it was some of our friends at Memorial Day barbecue. Their kids were talking, like into high school, kind of later, and one of the girls was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna actually take 2 different math classes next year. One is an elective and one is regular. I love math." And I'm like, "Well, you're crazy, but that's awesome." And we're all talking like, "Well, what do you think? What do you think you want to do with that?" She's like, "Oh, I really think I want to teach math," which is fantastic. First of all, that is so cool. I mean, if that lasts, but I also was like, I want to be a teacher when I think a lot of people do that. And you may be listening to this if you're in like secondary school or something or thinking about going to university. I think it's very natural, right? Because the profession that you are most exposed to growing up is teaching, right? You are in the presence of teachers all the time when you're growing up because it's your job to get educated by them. And um, Speaking of which, good Monin, who hung out with us right at the end of chat yesterday, or right at the end of stream yesterday. Um, Shout out to you. That was awesome. You mentioned the copper, and we are right on the cusp. Now that we have fortune, and you notice I'm not even silk touching this, I'm just grabbing it. When we start fortuning copper, we are going to have so much copper. That's why I kind of was a little dismissive. Not that I didn't appreciate the insight, but the idea of trying to set up the zombies in our farm for copper drops is, to me, it's just extra work, right? And it's extra time to let them process into drowned. I just want the XP, and I don't think we would get more XP if they converted and then we killed them. That would, I guess, be the biggest factor. So interesting here. I don't want to hang out right on under that edge. Would be if we can see any other torches in some of these bigger chambers. I don't know which way we're headed exactly. My guess would be we are headed kind of south and east. Or, nope, I'm totally backwards. So we are kind of heading out towards the farm and the fields. So, yeah, this cave potentially could have torches in it out in the distance from our other expeditions. I don't know. It's kind of cool, though. I do love these caverns. Don't want to get too lost. So yeah, anyway, very natural, I think, that you find a subject or subjects that really interest you, and a logical thing is to say, I want to go forward and teach for that, which is great. We certainly need dedicated and invested teachers that absolutely want to continue. But it's kind of like, first of all, I wish I'd been that excited about math. I love my new bow. When I was that age, and I just never got into it. For one thing, it doesn't come too naturally to me, and I was very scarred is the right word, but when I was young, the whole like multiplication tables and stuff were brutal for me. I remember so long going through the flashcards to learn my multiplication tables. And I don't even know if that's still a thing anymore. Honestly, I have no idea. But it was fairly common that when you were my age, you had to learn your multiplication tables going up to 12 by 12. Once you got up that far, your brain is kind of conditioned to carry it on further, right? Like, okay, if I get past 144, I can start building that out or get out a piece of scratch paper. Hey, hey. Oh, no wonder you got up on me so quick. Oh, and you guys. Hold on. I was just talking about math. Kind of hard to see down there. Um, but yeah, that you just gonna burn up and die? Seems kind of weird though that I had to use two arrows. Even better, he's stepping on the dripstones. Now that should be repairing up our sword here. Oh, and that's kind of a good advantage of using the bow. Is that it preserves all this XP. The XP can't get through the drips though. This is strategic here. Okay, now back to the sword. Then take the XP. Sorry, stalagmites, for breaking you. Oh. That was supposed to be kind of a Ralph Wiggum laugh that extended awkwardly even for me. Like, ooh, that sounded weird coming out of my mouth. Well, I don't yet see that this connects up. I mean, that was a bit ambitious of us, but there certainly are a lot of these caves, and they certainly do. Seem to have a good run likelihood of being connected. Doot, 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 doot. Oh, dude, I wasn't using the. All right, we gotta remember Silk Touch. Oh, my phone. Oh, that must have been like a news alert or something like that. Oh, there it is. Getting robocalled. I let you guys all share in that, but there was nobody to talk. It was just silence. Now I gotta get rid of the recent call. Yeah, so my phone flashed out of the locked screen. It kind of caught my eye because I keep it silent, but on my desk here. And I was like, well, maybe it was a news update, but then maybe it was a text. Uh, Check in at least. This would typically be our trivia night, but I think everybody is kind of in the same boat of we might take the week off. I still may because one of my friends wasn't able to. Well, a couple of my friends weren't able to hang out for the game last night. Sadly, I think one of them watched it though. Um, but there is every other night hockey, and in between all that, there is potentially trivia tonight. This is typically our trivia night. Same group of friends and everything. And then potentially, well, we do have tickets to a show, concert on Friday, which is outdoors, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that the weather gets a little better for then. And then again, well, then Saturday is another hockey game. It's a rough stretch here. It's tough being a playoff hockey fan. These runs, I mean, obviously they're much tougher on the players, but as fans, we were talking the other night, and we ended up at this place that I can walk to, and typically it's where I go if other folks have other plans or whatever, especially early in the playoffs when it was like, oh, I know how this is going to go for me. You guys may still have the illusions that you're going to maintain your lives for the next 3, 4, 6, however many weeks your team is able to go. But I already knew, like, yeah, this is going to be a haul. Um, so I'd kind of go there because one, I can walk, and it's nice and convenient, and it's relatively cheap, right? It's a chain. In this context, I'm not going to name it. I think I have before. If you want to figure it out, you can. But you can go and get very manufactured type food as opposed to handmade in the kitchen or something like that, and relatively cheap beer and iced tea and water so that you don't have too many beers as you go, and it all works out pretty darn well. And it is, again, last night proved, or at least reinforced for me, it's my favorite place around to go for like a crowd atmosphere. In what where I live is kind of the the northern or northwestern suburbs of Denver, about halfway between Denver and Boulder. And I actually live very much off of that highway. And up in the suburbs, certainly the playoffs and certainly the crowds are growing, right? There are now, when I went in, and because I was going with friends, it was, whoever gets there first, grab a table, and I ended up getting there about an hour early because I drove instead of walked, but I had already said, I'm going to leave about 5 for a 6 o'clock game. And I ended up, took less than 5 minutes to get in my vehicle, get over there, park, and walk in the door. Whereas it usually takes 10 to 15 minutes to walk over. So it's a little ahead of time. But it was appreciated and needed because already there weren't many tables left in the bar area, right? And if I'm normally I'm not going with friends or anything. I just go sit at the bar itself. But this place has a staff that, for whatever reason, I think they're just generally sports fans. That's why they work there. But it's really cool because you'll see like your bartenders and stuff from other nights, or your servers are all at one big table together in the middle of the bar area, and they're all hanging out there too, watching the games and cheering and doing the same thing everybody else is. So that makes it even better, and it makes it pretty much automatically doubles the. In this case, it doesn't double anymore. Now the place was packed with people all wanting to watch the Avs, but in the regular season, or in the earlier rounds when fewer people had really felt it. Oh, maybe it was I don't know. Something got me. Um, it, sometimes some of the places that we've been going during the series, it's like maybe there's a few other tables with somebody wearing a jersey or something like that. A few people are watching it. You don't have any problem getting whatever the places are to turn the channel to the game, or put the audio on or whatever. But you're also kind of like, oh yeah, there's probably people here that are just coming here for, oh, we want to go out for dinner or something like that. We're going to go on a date, and they have no idea that there's a game on, and all of a sudden, you're the one table that's screaming and yelling and cheering and stuff. That feels a little awkward at times. You don't have to worry about that here though, and their staff does a great job of expanding that, and they're all not just sitting at their table. They're the people that aren't working are just hanging out there, are high fiving everybody. Like, hey, what's up? Oh, that was awesome. So it's really cool, and I hope other people have local spots like that. Spots where the staff aren't. They are good servers and great staff and all that, but at the same time, they're working at a place that they actually like to be hanging out at, and talking with other people at. It's really cool. So there you go. I don't know how I got to that point. Do that. Here we are getting some iron ore. A little limited on torches now. Hopefully we can kind of finish our return of this side. That's copper up there. Did you fall down? Aw, poor guy. Oh, so did you. Hey, I don't like that I have to use 2 arrows when I was using 2 arrows with just the flame. What happened to all my power? Oh, hey, that's not cool. You can't catch me on fire because of my sword. Oh, I got whole gangs coming. Gotcha. I hear more of you. Are they down below? Oh, something sounded like a creeper sizzle. Oh, hey, where'd you come from? Kind of like this, though. We can fix up the sword a bit while we're here. And come over here, get a little more light. Ooh, there's some lava. Okay, we got lots of access down into these depths. There. But let's go back to this one because we only got under 20 torches. Before I go too far, though, we should. Okay, this is how we got in here, right? Yeah, it was all this twisty, turny stairs stuff. So let's do that. And then, sorry again, nature. Ooh. Oh, that's not me full. It just didn't make a noise, I guess, when I picked it up. We can at least make a few more torches, and we can get rid of a sapling if we ever get too cramped on space. Some iron here we can be picking up. And this would appear to be what we were looking down on from the other side of that stuff. And we're right at the brink of deep slate. So it feels pretty similar to the terrain we were in at the end of yesterday's stream. Stuff right down below the base. Is that it? Alright, let's go. 10 torches, potentially 14. We didn't pick up any more logs or anything, so we've got the one stick. See that creeper. Yeah, alright, so this is... Oh, don't you dodge? But I got him one shot. That's kind of cool. Right. How about here? Ah, missed the XP. That's the lava. I don't think we can count on my flame arrow for too long there. Alright. Silk touch. And isn't this always the way it is that over the weekend my pool opened up and it's been so cold and rainy and miserable out generally. I did see one evening as it was like rumbling thunder and I'm driving in They're like two kids with like trunks on and beach towels wandering over to the pool. And like, it's not like a super open and exposed. It's kind of like at the back of our little clubhouse. So, and it's smallish and like practically the like back roof of the building hangs out almost over it. But kind of like, I don't know. That's your best plan, going swimming while it's rumbling thunder, guys. But I was young. I did that stuff when I was a kid. Oh, it won't get me. I'm lightning proof. You're not. Whoever you are, you're not. Hi. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll just sit here in a fiery pool of death. And then I'll get out of it before the next time. Okay, we are out of the torch game. Silk touch that. Creeper, glad I turned around to look. Well, you didn't take much. I don't like having to choose between the picks. That will get old very quickly, but hopefully we will get many more silk touches here, either through villager trades or just enchanting. So that doesn't even have to be a factor. Don't need any of that. Alright, well, we are out of torches, so I'm just going to kind of... Oh, I see you over there, creeper. Creepy creeper. I hear you dropping. I see the creeper. I saw the creeper. Where'd he go? Oh, I see you. I see you. Where'd that creeper go? Another hole over there? Don't know. Did we get all this? Get all that coal. You don't get to come down on my head. You're definitely burning that, because I have so much of... Ew, stinky. Cooked zombie flesh. Can't smell good. I probably don't need the sapling either. Got so many of those. Alright, do we see any... I guess we can kind of cut across here. There are these. Why not, right? Coal. Iron. Gold. Take y'all. Oh, there's a lot of iron. Oh, here's some iron. Oh, sorry. What? No. See how I use my brain powers to figure that out? Nope, using the wrong one. Now, am I picking up? I think I am picking up that stone too. Better to pick it up, even though I'm not on a real mission for it, than to have to cook it. Goodness. Yeah. Whew. Okay. There's one. A few. More than a few. Ooh, there's the gold. Get some new block types here for these ore blocks. That's copper. Oh, don't you move. Coward. Let's see where he went to. Just hiding in there. Oh, got him. Talked about that before. It's something I don't do very well at, but I definitely think is worthwhile is trying not to line up your shot on like a ghast or skeleton or something like that from the draw. Like get your bow drawn, aimed away, and then turn into aiming at them. If you sit there and try to hold it on target, that kind of triggers the game to move the mob that you're sighting at. Can kind of game you back. So do what I say, not what I do kind of situation. Let's get this sword in hand when we come over here. Ooh, there's coal up high. Coal here. That's a water drip. Never mind. And on those, that doesn't necessarily have to be water above, I don't think. When they're natural like that, I think it can just be dripstone dripping. Oh. Okay, that was good. So I'll maybe not try to leap so much. Just ride the pillar back down. Best coal miners all mine the coal straight overhead. This is a bit of a challenge, but we can do that. What's up here? That looks cool. All right. Enough lollygagging. Why do I feel that I've taken a wrong turn somewhere? Home? A little gravelly tower thing? Not sure how I feel about this music. Is this new? Oh, wrong pack. Probably not the best place to be, just groping around in the dark. Okay, so I did all that. That wasn't the way I got in here, though. It's a problem going around in a circle. Ooh. Oh, hey, Spidey. We'll figure it out. Meantime, we need to get this lapis. Apparently we don't need that string, though. So we can... Oh, we should definitely do this. Put that up there. Oh, you really don't need this anymore. But then I threw it right where I was going to go stand. also replace such things as dirt and cobble as needed. If we still haven't found our way home and are still getting ore. Oh, man, hang on a second. I gotta blow my nose. Right back. Okay, hopefully that will do it. No more surprise coughs or sneezes. Let's hope. Back to the game. That is all copper. That is not. Yeah, we do have plenty of stuff we can dump. It's kind of like I don't know how I just lost it. I thought I knew, like, we had those multiple holes going down. We had just found our way out. I don't think this is any of that. Did I somehow, like, I don't think we ever, like, this has got to be stuff we just lit up today, right? Right? Yeah, we kind of got to here, and I was looking down and like, okay, well, we can throw those, we could go around there, but at that point we were down to like a stack of torches. And I'm like, no, let's go back. And I don't think there's any connection down there. So I think we came back up here, but then this means that this was in fact the return side, and we came up here. So I must have just missed it. We were on the way back, we were kind of working up through here. Oh, there's the bow and everything. Oh, ow, oh, take that. So we came out around here, then that way was the way we worked back to. So I really did think it was back up there, but maybe. Oh, is it maybe down here? We try this hit? Like, not here, but here. Yeah, okay, there's our double torches. I went uphill. Alright, we haven't done this little bit yet. Dunk, 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 dunk. Way up. Does look maybe like it's daylight up there, though. Oh, and now I do have torches, so let's light up one of those. Oh. One in there. Keep coming up here. I think we can fill that in. All the way up and up and up and up and up. Our exit is here. That was a pretty good little adventure. Got a little combat. Improved our sword's health a bit. And I guess now we got a little something to figure out in terms of. I don't have anything to lure you back with, dude. Really wish you hadn't gone over there. Eventually, I think I want to set all the the operational stuff over in the big expanded thing under the little stairway, right? Um, Man, I do love I love that swampy one, and I love the slash one. This one and this one with the little portal thing in the middle. Got some really good maps. Anyway, what are we saying? I don't have individual gold ore yet. That helps our levels, layers. There. I think I have a bunch of dripstone stuff over at the other caves, but I don't think we need that too badly here. This is getting full, right? Yeah. There. Making it barely. Now we have stone, though. We gotta deal with. Get to deal with, right? That's more stone here. That is a good resource. Okay, now dirt, copper, fortune pick. Before I forget, let's get these topped off. That was not a full stack. Top off the arrows while we're here. Okay. Now, did we just sleep? Is it close to bedtime? Where are we at? Sun's rising. We got time. All right, let's go. I don't want to break this stuff, but I guess this is probably our best run. So, we're going to start with the ores, wear down the fortune pick a bit, and then we'll come back with the coal to hopefully repair it up. Lapis and anything else there, right? And 3 gold. And we only got 5 on the gold. But we'll see. We had, let's call it a stack and a half of copper. Now it is telling me that I have a telemarketer call from Salem, Ohio. How exciting. We'll just decline that one. And there you go. So a very good return out of the fortune on the iron. There was enough there. Now, I want to make sure the sword is in tip-top shape as the top priority, and then we'll rotate out these others as we can. Coal doesn't give us super XP, but it should be enough to keep the fortune pick going strong and clean up the others. If we do make it back to the nether, it is also, now that we have Silk Touch, grabbing nether quartz in raw form and bringing it back here to harvest is another great XP There's one stack. Couple coal. Remember, today is the day, the last day we ever worried about coal. Not that we were particularly worried about it. We had a little bit left over, but from now on, it will be a matter of finding a place to store it rather than being worried about running out of it. Oh, there we go. That black sheep is like, look at me. Look at how good I am and how close I'm staying here. Won't you appreciate me? Well, we haven't gotten there yet, but the sword has definitely improved a bit. And there we go. Got lots of lapis out of that. So, very good return on our fortune enchantment on this guy. And that part of the problem there is it doesn't have unbreaking. Unbreaking, it will fewer turns will cause it anywhere, and so more of that XP will go to whatever we're trying to repair, such as the sword or these picks, which aren't too bad right now. All very good and fine. So, man, now I honestly think the priority off stream is going to be working that storage room, and I don't know when I'm gonna have time to do any of that. So much to do. But that's the fun of it. All right, let's just try to top this off again. I don't even need to. It's odd. Oh, well, I will though. Just gonna go ahead and block these. Since space is tight. And we've already got a bunch upstairs for enchanting. Iron can go here. The iron that we have right now. Are you kidding me? What? Why won't it tell me what the blast furnace is? It is a blast furnace, right? It's not like a smelter. Oh, dude. You gotta have a furnace. I was thinking maybe it was like blocks of iron around it. Trying to think. What don't we have yet, or haven't we had yet, that would have unlocked that recipe that might go into it? I don't think there's. One thing I haven't done yet, I haven't grabbed a bucket of lava. I don't remember that particularly goes into a smelter. or blast furnace. But should I just look? I feel very cheaty, but we haven't made them before. I just don't know what I'm missing. Um, blast furnace. Smooth stone is what I've been missing. That's right. All right. I feel dumb. So that means in the midst of all of this nonsense, I gotta cook some of this stone. Well, let's just do a whole thing. We're gonna have lots of stone now. Cook that to make it smooth stone. Oh, gonna put this away. Hang on to that. Um, sleep. We can do that. Oh, we could work on these lights too. We could go work on the. Actually, I want to do a couple things. Maybe this will be sort of worthy. Well, just while we're getting this stuff transitioned, I think we got like another hour and 15. So I think I'd like to try to get to the Nether and see if we can get some. Oh, I didn't realize how many mobs we had out here. Who's gonna remain to be a threat? Oh, we got. Oh, dude, they're gonna be wrecking all my pumpkins again, or attacking my bees. Get them, bees! Come here. Come here, you little jerkies. Get away from my bees. Haha. Oh, oh. See if we can get them to get the zombie. There you go. Shoot him. Shoot him. Go get him. There you go. Hiya. Hiya. Ha. That's right. I'll take your voluntary exile. Thanks, buddy. You want to have a golden carrot? Because you're cool. Remember when there was an advancement? I think there were achievements back then for making a zombie pick up a diamond. That was a good one. Here. Oh, you're not. You don't have a pigman's attention span. That was maybe more fun than what I thought I was going to do. But I think I want to get it anyway. And that is, I want to grab these coordinates. And we know it's way further than that because this is basically the tunnel that goes through. But this is, get the notepad out here above the circles because we're gonna expand that tower up at the top. Negative 61. This is the, I believe, northeast corner, right? 61 and negative 233. All right. This is going to be the northwest corner. Right on the piggy butt. Negative 141, negative 233. Southwest. 141. 233. All right, and then we should only have to worry about the Z here. This is 141, 173. Southwest. 173. And that should make the southeast negative 61 and negative 173. All right. So now if we go over here and just run down here when we get to that block, since it's kind of arbitrary, I think it's the end of the crop, right? We should be all synced up. There we go. Awesome. I will keep this annoying screen up for a minute because we're going to go... Let's go check on our smooth stone, see if we can start this blast furnace process. I'm not going to deal with all the hoppers and everything here because I'll set all that up later. But we didn't get them all, but we got enough. We need iron, and we need another furnace, which requires cobble. So, zoop. And zoop, zoop. There we go. And we should also drink a bucket of milk before that becomes an incident. Let's go try to remember to refill that. Let's eat some carrots. Alright, put all of this junk away. I think our blast furnace can just go right up here. And we'll load it up. That was dumb. I should have just grabbed two here at the same time, because we can top off this other as well. Okay. Those can keep doing their thing. Dump off all of this. Put this iron back. Man, that F3 screen is annoying. We don't need cobble. We don't need pants. Who needs pants? Love that little exchange in Fallout. Whenever you go in the other vault with one of the mob vault, right? The one where you find Nick. And they've got the interview tapes of the like they're, you know, from pre-war, right? The whole test in that one is going to be that they're going to have a really bad leadership for really rich people, right? They spoiler alert, if you've never played any Fallout game ever or heard of the franchise, it's this game, you know, and it's post-apocalyptic. There's been nuclear war in kind of a parallel universe. You know, the U.S. and all those countries are the same outlines and all that, but they've it's a different timeline, a different history, and in that one, well, in all of them, the company that makes all the vaults that the character players survive in, the whole idea is that they're setting up secret experiments on the people that sign up to live in the vaults. So, for instance, in Fallout 4, and this is no spoiler, this is how the game was, but in that particular episode, the vault that you go into is like a cryogenic one, right? So your player wakes up and remembers the world before it was before the fallout, and it's significantly later, right? And all of a sudden thawed out, and oh my gosh, what happened to the world, right? So as you go around and explore this world and you know do all the various stuff in the game content, one of the one of the area types that you can find are other vaults, and in these vaults they were conducting other experiments throughout. And this particular one was, all right, we're gonna sell a vault to kind of the upper crust of and the game is set in Boston for Fallout 4, to Boston society, so that you know the affluent will be invited in. Hey, we will offer you a spot in this vault. And the idea is, instead of the advertised, like, you guys are going to the special elite luxury accommodation vault, it wasn't that at all. It was super cramped conditions where large families are put in, multiple larger families, or you know couples with multiple children each, are all put into like a single room apartment, right? That underground within the vault, they have little, you know, some vaults have it where each family has a particular little apartment. Well, this was not that at all. This was like multiple of those families would now be living in a single room environment, you know, no privacy, limited amenities, all that kind of stuff. And to cap it all off, the leadership of that vault was intentionally chosen to be anti-authoritarian and confrontational, all that. And this guy, well, as you go into this, never functional, it was never completed, but they've got the interview tapes in what would have been the overseer's office from the candidates that they were sorting out. And you can listen to these as little recorded tapes, right? And the audio goes through, and it's these two like super ambitious, well qualified people that, you know, oh, I was in student government, you know, junior United Nations, I have served time as a, you know, the equivalent of a, um, uh, oh, what was Kennedy's social service, AmeriCorps, right? Was that what it was, or was that what Obama's? Peace Corps, right? Peace Corps, where young kids could go on international service mission, you know, long-term trips. It didn't have to be through a church or anything, though. This was a national program to go, you know, increase, when you get to know people in a different country, understand they're people like you, which I think Twitch and some of those are a really big help on. You are less likely to support a government that says we need to go kill those people, they're all monsters, because you know, no, I've got friends in that place, they're just like us, they might speak a different language and all that, but we're all part of the same world here. And let's not let what is happening right now in the Ukraine happen, right? Because I've got friends in Ukraine, I don't want to see their cities and homes destroyed, just for the, you know, the sake of propaganda and stuff that says that these are evil people, right? I think that a lot of times is in from all sides is big government, the way of we need to make something happen here and make it happen quickly. So to get support, we will kind of slander the other side, the other team, right? It's the same way in sports and stuff. Oh, those guys are all a bunch of meatheads. Wait, you know why? Nobody wants to support them. They smell bad. That kind of stuff. Now they're the same as you and I. But anyway, these two candidates are all that kind of resume stuff, right? Like, I got great grades, I've worked in industry, whatever. That, I don't remember all the particulars, but you know, like, super ambitious, excited to do this. I have really unique ideas about how a confined society could be built up, and how we could get buy-in and support from all the residents, so that for a long-term stay in a vault, life would go on as smoothly as possible. We could actually be building something while we're there. And they're like, well, thanks so much for your time. You have a good day. It was great seeing you. It totally cut them off, right? You know, they've got like hours of a presentation they'd like to show the people. And they're like, yeah, we're not interested at all. And then they get this one guy who will only identify himself, I think, is like soup can, right? Or something like that. I don't remember. Um, and all of his responses are like, um, uh, just, everything that they say that you think would be totally harmless is just absolutely the opposite, right? Like the most, he sounds like a hobo, right? Kind of the voice actor very much makes him sound like, one, he's drunk already, and two, um, he can't, he just few screws loose, right? Like not at all the person you'd want to have in charge of anything, much less his own life. He's saying how, nobody's going to tell me what I can eat, and it's like, but sir, that's cleaning fluid, right? Like you shouldn't be drinking that. Nobody's going to tell me what I can't drink. And he goes through, like, I don't support any government that charges me taxes. They're like, sir, as far as we've been able to tell from your history, you've never paid taxes in your life. And then they're like, well, you seem like you could be just the candidate we're looking for. And you're like, oh, something, something. Basically that if I don't want to be a member of any society that wants me type of response. And he's like, if you're not going to make me wear a tie because of that. And they're like, no, no, whatever you need, we got to get you in here to terrorize these people when the doors are locked. It's like, you're not going to get me to wear a tie, or pants. Yeah, we don't need pants. That's the soup can pants right there. We'll throw them on the floor so they disintegrate. But hey, we're getting our iron cooked here, getting our smooth stone cooked. We got some XP out of that. All right. I have a bad feeling. Yeah, that just moved to the other side. There we go. Splitting stacks. Now, I did put more in here. I did not. Let's put the little one in there. Big one in there. Actually, let's just jam both of these. Because the sooner we can just get them loaded, the sooner we can do other stuff. And I want to go get milk. We don't need this pick at the moment. Man, look at all this stuff we're already getting jammed up with. Cool. Banners, I think we were storing here. These pants I'm going to throw upstairs so they can disintegrate. Then we're going to go get that. This can go out of the way. This can come down. Maybe we'll see coal. That would be great if we did. That and that. All right, we're off. Sleep. So we're going to do a quick, 2x2 path around these dimensions over in the other side, or at least as close as we need to. Ooh. Hot topic over there. Don't fall down. I really don't like having these coordinates up when there could be monsters. Oh, there's an Enderman. Enderman. Where'd you go? Oh, you're up here? Do you see me? I don't hear the angry noise, but you could be stealthy. Oh, no. What do I do? Where is he? Is he in my house? Oh, no, there he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, dude. Worst timing. All right. Ow. Okay, that's good. Now, where did my little Enderman... There. As I said, this is not ideal to be... Can I get rid of that for a second? Go. Come on. Yeah, all right. That's half our mission right there. Okay, let's go do this quick then. Get the cow milk. Oh, I'm so excited. We can at least have one ender chest even before we go to the nether now to go hunting eyes. Should be looking. I think that there's some cows scattered around here. It might be a little closer. Or not. way down on that other corner. Thank you. So this is just to have in reserve so the next time we get voluntary exile or whatever the condition is, we can drink more milk. Okay, so food chest. Ooh, we got a grass block too. The last one of those we had was kind of special because we used it to spread our grass between the trees. This doesn't have to go anywhere in particular, so let's just throw it here. And let's go grab one of these. Get these. No, not that. These. And do we think we can race through the... You know what? It's quicker if we go... no, I can't make... I gotta find it here, so we gotta go down. Should I bring a spare water? Nah, I'll be fine. Here. Don't want to mess up the lava right by my house, so I think we'll try to get back down to the deep hole, which was this way. Ow. And then this way. And then this way? Here? Maybe? Now was it... Guess this way. Oh, look at all this stuff we could be grabbing. But we'll have loads of time for that when we've got... Uh-oh. Nope. Can never be that easy. There doesn't seem to be any stairs. Ow. Not there. Here, maybe? Wait, that doesn't really connect, though. Here? Yes. Saving this just for quick exit. Okay, this got us down into deep slate. I believe. I think we went here, right? This seems good. Oh, that doesn't seem good, though. Barely see anything there. Yeah, here. There. This seems familiar. Here. You are misleading. Not awfully placed, but still misleading. Here, there. And then I think it was this way, right? Oh, crap. Don't tell me I already got lost. How did... What? Is this the way I just came from? Is this really my marked way, or is that a random torch that's now messed me up? Are you... Oh, but this looks good. But now I don't know how to get... Go away, you're bad. Till I find... Oh, I can feel that. Alright, here we go. So let's get these out of here. There. Here. There. And then this. I don't really need those. See, that's what I'm trying to get to. Was this lava hole that we had gone down, and we found like one diamond back in that corner, right? Kind of at base level, but we can now craft some obsidian. And full dark, that's alright. We'll light it back up again. Make this obvious for future. The first thing we want to do is get rid of nasty surprises. And then I think this is a good corner to start in. Gonna go ahead and grab probably this whole top layer. It's a little slow, but no real slower than any other, and certainly a lot quicker than we would have been doing with just a regular diamond pick if we hadn't gotten lucky with the efficiencies. So glad to have efficiency 5 while we're working on this. It's not too bad, but I want to have plenty of obsidian to make 2 ender chests, at least, and another portal at least, so that we can move the one we currently have over in the nether down to the lava levels, so that we can make a transit system eventually. Low on the priority list on that, but since we're here, we'll just take this whole top level. I'm not going to do like the full lake or anything like that, but go ahead and take what we can while we can. And that looks... that. we go. All right, not too painful. And now we have 30, plenty for our needs. So that was the big push there. Oh, ender chests are going to be awesome. And now we can, on our way back out, as long as we don't get too terribly lost, we can grab up some more goodies where we see them. Because we were leaving all these the last time around, and I'm like, nah, we'll wait until we have Silk Touch. Now we do. And now we have a nice torch trail to get back out of here again, too. And I'm not gonna really explore around a whole lot more. We could, but I do want to frame out that last project or the next storage with you guys here, so you know if I'm working offline, what it is I'm working on, right? I want you guys at least to be included in all this. There's those. Nope. Here's some though. And we can just replace all that. Don't much like single holes in floors. Could end up being exciting, but this is good. Redstone is great XP. For whatever reason. That and Lapis are both really pretty good. That was unexpected, but fair enough. Missed there, I think. Is that ore? Sure, we'll call it ore. Looks like it was ore. Alright. I'll bite. We're down here. There's one of our torches we got here, though. I don't know that tough does anything different under Silk Touch. I think tough is tough. Silky smooth or not. Alright. How about here? And now we're just back to another corner. Okay. Oh, nothing super treasury there, but we got, got a lot of... So those should not be vertical. I get in that habit. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just put up vertical torches. That's how you get confused. 'Cause this is not any way we want to be normally walking. We want to go up here. Here. That seems a little undermarked. That's just going to be annoying, so goodbye. Now we're on the walkway. Why am I so light on torches through... Oh, because I was just up at the top, but... We'll leave that gravel block and put that one there, and then there. And... there. Made it! And we get music under our feet. Love that. All right, so until we are forced to, let's just do what we're doing now. I can put this away. We have a whole tough box, right? Tough. We have... Now we have deep slate and cobbled deep slate to manage. You put that in there, and then you can go in here. All right. We are now set. So now we gotta go back to ugly screen, and we want to get to, I know, 61 and between 61 and 141 on the X, and which I think we are. I think we're at 81 or whatever, right? And then between 173 and 233 on the Z. And was it 171 and 231? Ah, I know, this is a huge... Oh, now I grabbed the wrong notepad. 173 and 233, and we're at negative 183. So 10 blocks off on the Z. Oh, dude. How awesome is that? All right, so this is now I don't have any blocks to use, do I? Cobble. So here's this edge, and then from this side, 61? I don't think we're going to make that. I think we're just going to go from the base of the stairs, or maybe even here, where this edge comes out. And I said we were going to do a 2x2. All right, so one more time here on the X, we want to go out to negative 141. And this should be, depending on what we run into along the way here, this should be pretty easy to do. It was a whole lot quicker when efficiency is in play. And when there's no deep slate, too. Let's not forget how important that is. Almost there. $141. Okay. Now we are at negative 174 here, and we want to get to 2 something. Oh yeah, because we're on the 1 off, so we're basically at the negative 173, and we want to go to, is the 61 right? Is that? No. We want to go to 233. Okay, good. 233. Oh, here we go. Hopefully this isn't gonna like fall out from any of our cows or chickens or anything. That would be delightful. Oh, dude. Oh, please. I will endure so much gravel with so much goodwill if game let me get through this with the viewers before we really have to fight the gravel. Hey, we're almost at 200 though. And the gravel breaks it up a little bit, although we'd be done by now, I think. Okay. Seems quite... Five. Oh, 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 oh. This is worth slowing down for a bit. Oop. I'll get some more light. 213, 20 more. Got it. Of course, just one random dirt block to... That's more cool, though. 25, 26. Oh, did I drop those? Or were we out of torches? Maybe with all the marking and stuff, that was it. I wasn't really paying attention. 226. 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, and 3. However that works. Okay, there. Whatever. We won't even use a shovel. We'll just bust it. This rock in our bare hands. So now we'll go back over to 233 on this other side, and then just connect the tunnels, and that will have our space defined. And then I will be responsible for digging all of that out as time permits. But I think everybody would agree we're definitely going to need some storage, so we're not just constantly dealing with inventory tweaks and issues and all that nastiness. Let's see, this one's even shorter than the last one. Hopefully we don't run into the gravel situation again. We'll be all good. It always feels better when you're actually like cutting the tunnel, when you're just then emptying out the hole eventually. A little less fun, but here, who knows what could be around the next little bit. Dirt. And gravel. It's the Wonder Twins. I wonder when they'll end. 12, 13, 14, 15. And let's see if I lost count again. No, this one. Oh, yeah, 233. There we go. That was what I wanted, right? Yeah, 233. All right, so now, throw one in the corner. This stuff should all just link up, if all is good. This one will take a little bit more digging, but it wasn't too bad the first time around. Won't be too bad this time either. We just don't have the little gorge bridged up already. Oh, yes, oh, yes. Oh, is that water drips? Maybe just light effects. Don't need water. We should be well, did I just go too low? Nope. I don't know exactly how far we were going on this one, I don't remember. 40s? 61 to 141, that sound right? This is on the way out to the villager breeder corner. Hey, we made it. All right. So we now have a full even though I have a ton of it, I think I'd rather have cobble than I think I'd rather have diorite than gravel. Probably diorite than cobble, but I don't need. I've got some gravel, so a little more light here. I don't think anything is down to mob spawning levels, but nonetheless. All right, so that is the area that if I'm not sitting farming XP, I need to clear. And need to do that with a little bit of urgency because we got to get a place to store something. Like, all these blocks are now piling up. Now that we have multiple different kinds of stone, and particularly now that we have good picks, we're just going to be moving through it that much more quickly and gathering it. So, yeah, but let's get rid of that. Now we don't need that for a while. Let's go back to base. Oh, this is going to be so good to make this. Oh, and is it just dusk or dawn? If it's dawn, we're in trouble. Good. Maybe that's full daylight. It looked kind of dusky, though, as we were coming up. Oh, get your awls ready, because we're going to make an ender chest. Yes. Boom. 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 Oh, so good. So good. All right, now let's throw it right down here. And let's start loading up some goodies. Extra stack of these and these for sure. And I guess I should have topped these off while I was here. And I don't want to like overload it, right? But I also I won't be shy about filling it up or having the stuff that I might potentially need close at hand, right? That's the real idea here. These can go away to make more arrows. Top that off just a bit. We got torches now, and plenty of materials to make more torches as we need them. Really, out of this stuff, the other thing that I'm kind of thinking maybe we need is a spare bed. Right? That's the one that if you don't have it and you're stuck, you're really stuck, right? So let's put that in. Um, Outside of that, I don't know that I want to start carrying like leads just yet. I'm not looking to bring animals back, although that one black sheep, we could go on a little rescue mission for it, pull him out of the edge of the jungle before he goes in too deep. We can now at least, right, because it's one spot or the other, but now we can put backups of each of those in until we've got everything all diamonded up. And then by that point, hopefully we've got shulker boxes and can just load those up. This is going to go away. Well, we don't need it yet, but as soon as we have the enchanted diamond helmet on, why are these... How did I take damage before we... I guess the little pillager guys. It's weird, though. Alright. So now, as the one kicker here until we get more of these is if I break it without the silk touch, it's going to go into the void. We won't lose anything, but we'll kind of be sunk. And now you guys are going to get a real treat after that highlight, which for me is, I don't know, whatever we go. Well, oh, dude. Let's go this way. He'll probably start bouncing around now. But I would still like to be a little close to the water. I don't think we're that tough. Now where'd he go? Where are you, sir? Oh, man. Did he disappear? I should have just fought him. Not been such a coward. Where'd he go? He couldn't have really despawned, could he? Enderman. Oh, he might have shot underground to all that space underground. He's probably checking out the geode and everything. Just teleported straight down into it. Yeah, well. Okay. Well, unless he comes back, that's going down. And we are going to do a harvest. Oh, why didn't I do all this stuff yet? I think we got plenty of room to do each of our crops. I'll spare you the melons. Pretty much beets, potatoes, and carrots so that we can then go trade is the main thing here. Oh, so good. I can't believe we got that accomplished without even having to go to another. That Enderman was perfectly timed to offer us just what we needed. And while we didn't quite get to brewing yet, we could now, right? I guess we didn't even go down and check on our wort, but I'm assuming, especially with all that digging and all of the stuff we've done right up around here, that we should have fully grown wort plants still on our shopping list when we do go back to the Nethers to hunt around and find some more soul sand without having to resort to digging up the other wart bed in the fortress. Right? Keep at least one. There's almost a quarter of it done. Come on, let's go. And there. Still a far cry from shulker boxes when it comes down to this, but we can get a lot more over to them. And as I recall, we brought over pumpkins and melons heavy, so I think we've got a lot of those left over there. They don't need it. It doesn't take many to go, yep, we're sold out. They don't even buy full stacks of either of those. But I am pretty sure we didn't have any full stacks left of the carrots or the beets. May have still had full stacks of potatoes, but not too terribly many, I don't think. And I think if we need it, I've got wood over in that chest next to the kind of the bunkhouse that we could make more chests if needed to store extra goods. Close now, guys. Nope. We'll take the golden variety, thank you. Oh, God, I feel a cough. There's still been some severe drainage going on after I blew my nose. It's like, oh, you don't want the runny nose? All right, well then we'll give you the back of the throat drainage. Congratulations, you win. No, you lose. There we go, and the last one we're going to do here. Skyline sheep there. Kind of wobbly there. Get lined up. So, lots and lots that we will either do together or I will be doing solo. With the ender chest, I very much want to keep adventuring and stuff, but just based on time and all that kind of stuff, we may do some of the village trader building and all that kind of stuff together. I will try to spare you the hole digging or standing at the zombie spawner. Those I'll try to spare myself. I wish I could spare myself the hole digging, but I'm not gonna cheat dupe in TNT or anything like that. Although I may use what TNT I do have. If I do that, I will definitely share that with you. Once I get the whole space cleared, we could certainly make a row of holes and drop in some charges and blast. Alright, one more. It's even going to give me seeds in the thing, so we don't have to futz with the inventory. Isn't that nice? I got two. I'm getting all the full stacks, but I did just want to have a stack of beets. Last time we just grabbed them all. It's probably fine, but it feels a little wrong not to keep some of them. then let's get you down. Might as well put all of these in here and then load up these. Seems like a good amount. And then we will do this. I am using the right pick, right? Oh, that's what I don't. If as soon as it breaks, if you're not aiming correctly, you cause all kinds of havoc on sandstone. Breaks so easy. I'm like, should I carry all this stupid ore around? I think let's just leave it in the tower. We'll come back, swing by, pick up more potatoes, and did I leave random extra books? I think if I did, I'd rather have them here now. I did, but we're so short on... I was just looking there. We're so short on books for the enchanting table, and now that we've got fewer and fewer things to enchant, I'd like to just be able to roll through a number of books, right? Because it's going to be like, bow and pick. Nothing? Okay. Bow and pick. Book. So having 7 of those is probably the best use of our books. Should have gone down the vines again. It's a little slower. That's probably about the same, really. Now we put everything away. I don't know. This is the other thing. I probably don't need to carry a shield around all the time anymore. Sometimes it's nice to have, especially if you come into skelly range. But just in day-to-day running around, I don't like the shield. Blocks the view. All right. Taters, right? Ooh. What? We can... Didn't we have one more carrot over here? A few more carrots. Good. To the boats. So I don't know, I've said all this stuff. Oh, off stream, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I don't know how much off stream time I'm going to have today. Like I said, my truck got left over because it was too rainy to walk home last night. And so I got to walk over, pick up the truck, and then drive it back. So that will be one thing I'm doing today. And I may, depending, if it's nice out and all that, I'd much rather kind of enjoy a few hours of midday time outside. I will leave it. I think what we'll probably do with the time, the way it's setting up, we will probably do all this trading, swing back by the base, maybe do a little something or other, but then probably park at the zombie camp again. And, well, I'd like to repair. Maybe we'll just... I don't know that we're going to get enough there. I probably will hang out for a bit because I would like to repair all the tools and everything. Even though nothing's too worn down, we just don't have enough tools to support lots of wear. And I don't think we're going to be getting enough. Oh, I still haven't bring the iron for you guys. Although you all both look fairly robust. I think they go up on the hill to die. Like, oh, I'm not feeling like I'm much longer for this world. Sir, still carrying a discount. That's awesome. Oh, we gotta do this little trick. Convince it that we have the space. Alright. Now, this is where we run into issues, I would imagine. We have a lot of potatoes, but we can probably cover everything we need with that. And may as well grab these out while we're here. Let's come over and get his melons. Sold. Oh, and sir, I forgot. I would like to buy your entire stock of golden carrots. Oh, shoot. Grrr. What's lowest? Let's do this. I think the sword is more likely to repair itself. Now I can do these two for repairs. So let's do this. Oh, that didn't even fully repair the pick. That's a little bit of a surprise. All right. Yeah, that's even more of a surprise. All right, listen, pal. Fix my pick. Fix my pick. Down to just 12. Oh, but he still will do these again. That's a nice little boost. Right, that should fix my pick. All right, there's my pick. Done. Now, that's really close, but okay. You want to buy melons yet? Nope. Let's do that away. Now we gotta go here. Ooh, I gotta be careful. I don't have to pick this up until after here. Those away. What? Oh, dude. Go. There. Fix my other pick. This is the other pick, right? Alright, you fixed my other pick. That's good. Now we can pick up our heal. And last but not least, fix my sword. Okay. Now, let's get these guys in. We had pulled out the excess beets. Are you ready for any? You are. Oh, you wonderful farmer, you. Didn't quite fix the sword, but now we can do these again. Don't you go. You're not done yet. And oh, there's the sword done. Nothing else needs doing. Wait, where are you going? Come here. We're not done. What? What are you doing, dude? You just went up there so you could jump down and wreck your crops again, didn't you? You are All right. More golden carrots to stash away. Let's pull these out. Now I know everybody else gets to go hang out. You got to look through the window. It's a shame. Shame and a travesty. Not enough there. Oh, and here. Back over to here. This will be much easier once we have the trade operation in effect. We finished pumpkins with him, but I would imagine that will take all of the melon need. Hey. Mm-hmm. Carrots. Melons. And golden carrots. $22. And then so we got a pretty good little mix of carrots, potatoes, pumpkins, and melons to still sell. Obviously we'll probably harvest again before we come back here. We can certainly set those up. We've done very well. I'll unload those when we get back home. I don't think there's anything more I want to buy from the librarian at the moment. Name tags as we need them, but he's a master now. And we're not going to unlock anything further. We got loads of flame, and he's already in bed. Flame and mending books. Cows and pigs, cows and pigs. Swimming like fools with the cows and pigs. Let's see if we can do a good dodging again. Let's just get home. Yeah, I was thinking, oh, we'll go back and do the zombies to repair the tools, but just trading. Got all that, and that's not even with trading fully ramped up. So can be a good quick boost to the XP. More so even than the source of emeralds. The books are the main deal I ever look for, but I think these golden carrots are going to be quite a deal. I'll gladly trade out for them. What did I do with all the... Did I put them in here? Must have. Alright. So now we can unload extras. We will put these in their spot. And yeah, plenty of flame and mending. And we got channeling and more mending. Flame. All right. We are really close. Oh, we're actually over on the on the actual runtime. I jumped the gun a little bit getting started. So I think that's gonna do it. I've really enjoyed. If you've been hanging out in the chat, thanks so much. Remember, next time, hit that follow button and you can actually say hi in the chat. Love to hear from you. Love to hear if anybody's watching the hockey playoff and who your team is. Don't worry, I won't won't bite too hard. Even if you're an Edmonton fan, or a Tampa Bay or a New York Ranger fan, all fans are welcome. I thought last night was super entertaining. Again, helped that my team won, but that would have been a good one to watch two neutral teams playing at. I have a big feeling, and I'm kind of guessing that tonight's game is gonna be the opposite extreme. Lots of defense, lots of control, and probably some spectacular goaltending. My gut is somebody's gonna come out 2-1. I have no idea which team. Kind of like the Colorado Edmonton team. I think in that one though, largely both teams are gonna live and die as Shesterkin and Vazilinski, I don't know, Vazzy, uh, play tonight. So we shall see. It is, I think it's pretty easy for folks to probably agree that the two best goaltenders in the game right now are facing off in that final, and that's what you want to see. I mean, honestly, it's kind of cool. I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, back and forth, watching one style versus the other, just with the way the teams match up and what they're trying to do. Colorado and Edmonton are both just going to flat, I mean, it seems obvious, right? But they're going to flat out try to outscore the other. And yeah, you're trying to slow down the other team, but you can't. The announcers in on the U.S. broadcast last night kind of made an analogy. I think it might have been one of the reviews or something, but it was an analogy to basketball and in NBA basketball, which I don't watch much of. I watch far more college basketball throughout the year, but in NBA basketball, where good teams are kind of the player clubs, right? Hey, come join me in this city, and we're gonna have a superstar squad, and it kind of becomes a few all-star crews that are battling for championships, and other people battling for the draft picks that could eventually let them start bringing in pieces to become a contender, right? And that's part of my struggle with the NBA, is that the players, even more so than anything else, move around, and really, it's it becomes more who you want to play with than who you need to play with to win. And the GMs are the masterful ones that can make the money work to let your superstar play with the people that they want to play with and the people that suit their game. In the NHL, there's a little bit of that, right? You're trying to bring, um, in Colorado, for example, right? This has kind of been a 10-year process to get to this point where they were so bad they got a lot of really good draft picks, and some of those have already shown up in the past two series, Duchesne and O'Reilly. Um, Others that they've held on to and grown through or traded to bring in pieces. And right now, the obvious ones out of that, the recent, are McKinnon, Landeskog, Makar, and now Bo Bynum, and they are alone. As those guys had developed, Joe Sakic has always been working to make this team that you can kind of see in a large part is trying to take on some of that mentality and style that brought success to the franchise from the mid '90s when they arrived in Colorado until and through really about 2004, 5, where you still thought as they went into the playoffs, hey, this could be another one, and they would still get out a little ways, but at that time, out of the division, you were fighting um, Dallas and St. Louis still, and then bumping up against Detroit in the conference finals a lot. Not after. Uh, Outside of the two cup years, we haven't made it to the conference finals, but uh, first and second rounds, a lot of times you get in there and eventually get bumped off. Edmonton did it to us once in '97, I think. So can happen. Excuse me. And it at that point, the team, you start the superstars, Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh, had all aged out and retired. The pieces that had been brought in to complement them, the Blakes, the Borks, and then the kind of homegrown or traded into but long associated with the teams, the Alec Tanguays, Milan Hayduk, some of those pieces that had been built in either kind of moved on or um, aged out, and you never had it never felt as stable as it seems looking back on it now. Because of course Peter Forsberg went to Philly for a while, and then made all our all our dreams come true when it was like they just traded back for Forsberg at the deadline. This is amazing, right? And there's a lot of that back and forth where, um, particularly for the Avs, a couple of those old faces came back, and Forsberg not so much because that was a legitimate playoff run. Later, Hayduk came back again, and that felt more of a we're starting to lose the excitement of the casual fan in the city. Let's bring back an old face, and that was kind of in the Paul Stastny era, where it was we we think we've got a piece. Can we quick turn this around? And of course, that was probably just before or during, just as Sakic was arriving. Um, I don't know. I don't remember enough to know when he officially took over and how that all changed. But there's certainly some learning on the job in that, right? He was great friends with Pierre Lacroix, who had been the GM all the time that he was a player, and I think that it was an easy transition for Sakic in the terms that he got to grow into that role without ever really disassociating or being sent out into the world to take Patrick Waugh as a coach, right? uh, he had to go cut his teeth in the juniors and then bounce around a little bit, and still didn't end up finding a ton of success at the NHL level. And I think his personality and some of the history and all that really came back to bite him. And I think I don't know his mentality at all, but I think probably accepted more than chose that he could have better balance and really focus on the hockey a lot more if he was kind of back at that level. And I don't know if other offers have come around to him or not, but um, certainly he went the more traditional route of you take a job wherever you can get it. Joe Sakic never really had to leave the organization. He's kind of always been kept close there and groomed to continue this mentality and this tradition. So the pieces that come in hockey are completely shaped around a team mentality, and that was very early in this episode. If you're just jumping in or catching the VOD and have jumped around a little bit, I kind of talked, the book ended with hockey around a bunch of good Minecraft stuff today, but um, I was talking about kind of the cycling, particularly McDavid, that I was noticing, where they kind of do use the circles almost as a guide. But if you're looking at the circles, you'll see that players will rotate with that puck kind of into what's traditionally an area where you see teams pass through it to catch pull the defense to one side and then try to pass the puck across through that to get an open point man or an open forward in the high slot to take a quick shot and hope that the goalie hasn't been able to react across. Edmonton tends to more skate that puck into the middle, drawing the forwards up and away, cut it back down underneath them to the low point they had just vacated, and then have that guy cross the crease to a freed up man sitting on the back door of the net. It's different mentalities, but you've got to bring in pieces that fit with that, right? And in Edmonton, you're building up the pieces to build on that strength of really Connor McDavid, right? He's a 2 years younger in the league than McKinnon, uh, but they've had some time to let him grow into the game with the pieces that they already had and bring in pieces that complement that. And I think that, at least from the little bit I've seen really recently here in this one game, it really feels like that's a part of what they've done is we can throw a different cycling mode consistently at other teams and have a great deal of success at it. And that's the piece. And part of it is I'm not that educated of a basketball player. I never really played the sport. I mean, everybody's probably picked up a basketball and played a little half court or 2-on-2, 4-on-4 kind of stuff. But I've never, outside of like Y games, maybe. I don't even know if I did that, honestly. I was playing hockey as a kid, so those 2 seasons were at the same time. Never really got the whole design where I'm like, this is what they're trying to cycle. I can tell when they're trying to get a man free down on the baseline outside the 3-pointer and clear him out so that he can then get a dump off pass and get a free shot. That kind of stuff. I watch enough basketball to understand that, but how one player helps or hurts that stuff fitting in, or even something as simple as picking up the transition right when they're going from man to zone or back and forth. That kind of stuff, I just I kind of have to watch it happening and rather than anticipating. Oh, here it's gonna switch to that kind of stuff. So it tends to me that in basketball professionally, it's the players' emotions and attitude that are key, right? If they're in a good situation and people are happy and enthusiastic, and the guy sitting across the locker room from them is somebody that they like, right? There's not the casting of blame when things go wrong. It's a, hey, I'm really happy when you did well. You helped me do well. We go back and forth, and everybody's grinning at the end of it. That I think makes up for as much as anything else. Where in hockey, you really, are we the gritty team? Are we the cycling team? How do the skills of the player really fit into the scheme that we're trying to run, whether it's offensively, defensively? And of course, you got to have some grit players, right? You got to have fourth liners that are willing to just bring energy, dump and chase, eat some clock if you need it to be done, mix it up a little bit if you need it to, go out and try to aggravate enough to draw a penalty if you're behind and need a power play, all that kind of stuff, right? You need those types of guys. And certainly you need, guys that specialize in forechecking or backchecking or this guy's just a master at setting up feeds. This guy's a real trigger man, has a fantastic shot. People need to be able to fit into those roles, but everybody has to do a little bit of everything. And really, it's, is this team built around having that team speed and endurance to just go, 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 go? Or is this team built to be big and bruising and control the flow of the game through possessions and being able to hold the puck even when the guy's, pushing you into the boards and trying to get it off your stick, and prevent other teams from doing that? And here you have two teams that really just want to go, 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 and in theory, and that's what will be left to be seen, is can one or the other of these teams just absolutely break down the other to the point where you can't just keep going at the same clip. And there were moments where it was like, wow, because Edmonton started so quick and we're kind of right there, and then Colorado seemed to, kind of at the end of that first period and into the second, seemed to be jumping all over it. And obviously then when the score jumped up to 7-3 first, I think they had a 4-point lead, right? It was like they figured this out. And did Edmonton, come out in the first period, really be able to skate with them high energy as they were starting? And now they're like, uh-oh, can we keep this up? And then, of course, Edmonton came storming back and made it the crazy night that it was. It was amazing. But over the course of a series, can both teams keep that up? And if injuries do become a factor, there were moments, and I don't know, honestly, if Edmonton had any of the concerns. I don't recall anything. Obviously, Mike Smith when you've given up 6 goals, sometimes just for your own sake, it's like for the mental piece of it, it's like, yeah, these guys are going to get a lot of goals. We knew that going in. This is not on you, but you don't have to sit out there and give up another 4, right? You don't want to have to walk around and go, yeah, they scored 8 goals on me. That really starts the buzz, right? It's better to kind of share that out, and maybe they'll flip flop. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll go back to Smith again tonight or tomorrow night. But will be fun to see. But I'm not aware of Edmonton having any other real scary moments with players. On the Avalanche, uh, Burakovsky took a shot off the ankle, and it looked like he came back, so it looked like a number type of deal where. And I can attest to this. Anybody who's played much hockey at all and blocked a few shots understands sometimes those shots will get you in the meat of the leg, or even worse, like him, the bone, where there's not much meat. But in either case, it hits, and it's just like your leg has been asleep for 10 hours, right? And held, so it's not even the pins and needles, it's just full on dead, right? It's like it's not there. But that happens, boom, just like that. You take it, and it's like, oh, that should hurt, but it doesn't hurt at all because I can't feel it, right? And it's just, and obviously skating is a real problem. Then if you stay up, sometimes you can just kind of skate it off, but then you basically have to get over to the bench and feel it go back through to sensing again, and then go, oh, I've got a huge bruise now. But when it hits the ankle like that, and where he took that shot, I was really wondering, you know, does that go through and break a bone? They can. The padding, the leather cuff of the skate there helps quite a bit, but you don't have any. If you catch one in the thigh, right, you have a lot of muscle and flesh built in around your bones, so they're pretty well protected. And then, of course, on your knee and your shin bones, you have big plastic. I don't know what they are now. They're probably all composite or whatever. Um, but hard material underlaid with softer woolly type stuff. Again, all composites now, but so you have like a soft layer, and then usually like an air pocket a little bit, kind of like not so much like a soccer shin pad, which has little plastic slats that slide down into them to make them more flexible. This is just a hard shell with a little air pocket, and then like I said, a wool or composite type material for padding that sits right against the skin, and that's where you see the tape on the socks on the outside, right? That's holding those shin pads into place. So when they go to block those shots all lined up, either they're standing up with everything pulled together, trying to just give like a tree trunk right in front of the shooting lane, or laying out on the ice where they dive out across. They're always trying to keep everything forward, because you have under your shoulder pads, you have kind of a hard padding on your breastbone. Um, Obviously, you have your breezers and a cup under there, so the breezers come up to about your belly button. There is some in the abs where a puck can get through there, and that can be pretty painful. Um, but if you can take it straight on, you're well protected. And the same with goalies, right? All that padding is up front. You always want to face the puck, and you barely feel it, even if the hardest of shots. It's when you start getting turned and twisted a little bit. And in that case, he was kind of coming across, and sometimes you don't even know you're in the line of the shot, right? You're not the guy squared up high. You're down closer to the net, and it just comes through and clips you. In that case, he was coming across to block it. It was intentional, but it just went right off It looked like the inner ankle bone there, where it kind of has the knob out, maybe a little bit higher than that, and ouch. So I was really glad. That didn't seem to be a lasting injury. He was back over. They said that Taze was hurt, and that was another announcer's thing early in the game, and they said, "Oh, Taze is struggling to get up behind the play. He's headed, and before the inning had cycled back through, he was back across." Um, into the bench and eventually came back and continued the game and seemed to be fine from it. So I don't even know what happened there. One of the Edmonton guys took a little deflected puck up off high off this cheek. And that I still carry a scar. I caught in warm-ups to a game once. I caught somebody with a warm-up shot that went high and caught me with a half shield right on the jawbone. And since it was rec league hockey, I threw a towel on it, like checked it. It wasn't gonna stop bleeding, and I was like, "Yeah, you guys are gonna have to play without me. I'm going to get stitched up." Went over to the ER, and got a few stitches put in it, but I still have a little mark there. And remember, they can get up on you quick like that. So it didn't look like that one was even that much, but I'm sure every one of those hockey players has had something similar to that. The teeth out and all that. Sometimes it's fighting and all that. Sometimes it's a hard hit. But the half shields or no shield. And nowadays, I think everybody has to wear a half shield. But back in the day, they didn't even need to wear a shield. But when I was the youngest of kids, they didn't even have to wear helmets. I don't remember the days when nobody wore helmets. When I was kind of my earliest hockey memories were the guys that were grandfathered in to not having to wear helmets and still were choosing not to. Right? They were the ones that were like, "Yeah, I don't need a helmet. I never played with one before. Why would I start now?" And it's like, because it's your brain, dude. And eventually it just cycled its way out. But for a long time there, if you see a poster or anything of like Wayne Gretzky, I don't know if he had a shield late in life or late in his career, but certainly from those great Edmonton Cup eras and all that, it was just the helmet, no face mask whatsoever. And for a long time, because I don't know what kids typically wear now. I'm assuming that the youngest kids still probably wear cages, full face metal screens, more like what the goalie masks are, except just a big full face covering all of just a gridded metal, right, that no puck can get through. Um, but as you get a little older, I think most kids now are going to the clear half shield like the pros wear. But when I was young, those were still kind of new, and the fogging on them was nasty. And of course, at the pros, right? They got a million towels, right? And somebody there, hey, I'm fogging up, wipe it down. But when they were new, they were tough to keep enough airflow going to keep them clear. And of course, if you go over to the bench, you're breathing hard, trying to catch your air and all that, and you kick your helmet back up a little bit to increase the airflow around that, then it's sitting up high, so all the heat from your head is just rising up into it. And yeah, that they were a mess. I didn't start really wearing a half shield until I think once I was an adult playing in a rec that I really used it and stuck with it. And yeah, there you go. That's I think that covers everything I can remember about anybody potentially being injured. Kemper again. The thing I heard on the radio post game later last night was blurred vision, potentially a migraine. He stopped one of the shots with his like straight on into his mask, and there was some question, concussion or something like that. But I saw that shot, and I I'm like, well, yeah, that's using your head. It that one didn't seem, it wasn't a full-on slap shot from a point or anything like that. Yeah, it got him in the mask, but the mask itself sits on cushions between your heads so that the mask is absorbing most of that. Yeah, you're going to feel it and it's going to jolt you probably a little bit, but he didn't even seem too jolted. And you got to remember that these guys, what you see in a hockey game in terms of shots, they face hundreds, probably thousands a week in practices, especially just the warm-ups and all that kind of stuff, where the guys are, looping the circles and getting warmed up, and just the goalies are standing in there, shot, 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 right? They just keep coming, and none of those are particularly, like breakaways or anything. They're all coming from range, but getting caught in the face and that kind of stuff just randomly. That happens. Goalies are used to that. He wouldn't have particularly been phased by that one, I don't think, unless something from his previous injury in the Nashville series that was re-aggravated. But I can't imagine like a cut by an eye 3 weeks ago being so suddenly triggered unless there had been any kind of concussion type part, but that was a stick blade, not a violent collision. So again, maybe it was unrelated, some kind of migraine setting on. Certainly here in Colorado, the Terrell Davis Super Bowl story of being put in as a decoy in the Super Bowl, where he told the coach, "I can't see. I've got a migraine going on," and they're like, they won't buy this play. It's a fake, but they won't buy it unless we put you in there. Because at the time, I think that was the Green Bay Super Bowl, maybe, where where Elway was the MVP, and it was the Atlanta one where Terrell was just amazing and was the Super Bowl MVP, if I remember correctly. Might be backwards. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it was the one where he was not the MVP and was basically, just experiencing a migraine on the side of the field. And they said, well, get in there and do the best you can. You don't have, you're going to get tackled, but you don't have to see to hit the hole off tackle, right? Just go cut left and get going. We're going to fake you the ball, but you don't have to do anything more than force the defense to react. And it worked. Now as it's all told, that worked and got helped get the win. So maybe Kemper had something like that just got triggered, and hopefully if that's the case, it's not anything more underlying. From the post game comments I heard, I think Bednar was very much leaving it open that he felt, at least at the time, as much as you can tell during hockey gamesmanship in the playoffs, which is 100%. So all of this it could just be ridiculous, but it kind of felt like he was alluding to the fact that he was just fine. And during the game, when I thought it was more the equipment strap issue, I just expected, well, yeah, he broke a strap. They tried to fix it as best they could, trying to get him onto the ice. It didn't hold. The fix didn't hold, and so he needed to get off to get that fully repaired. And by the time then, when Frankie went in, once a goalie's kind of gone out and cycled out of it, you usually don't want to flip flop back and forth like that. Particularly in a game like this one, he wasn't pitching a shutout or anything like that, and had given up a softer goal on that rebound that just kind of flopped out. I think that one. I think he's been getting undue criticism. He's not as sharp as he's been at times in the season, and I don't think in the playoffs he's looked at his best, but. He hasn't been bad. They're in the Western Conference Finals, and to listen to what I would have to imagine are mostly casual hockey fans that are jumping in, right? Oh, it was a playoff run, and I know a whole bunch, and oh my gosh, they gave up 6 goals and 4 of them were on Kemper. Well, Kemper is any goalie gives up 4 goals. Yeah, look at Calgary. they had a really good goalie too. You're down to the best, and Kemper is still hanging in there. I have to admit though, Frankie looked good. Historically, he's not at Kemper's level. Unless we think that a guy we've known around here for many years, and I'm a big fan of, is suddenly going to rise to the next level. He's not the guy you just automatically want to go to unless there's a real need. Unless Kemper just completely breaks down and starts totally giving away games. And, you could agree that the Blues game that went to overtime and looked like it was the game that McKinnon got a hat trick in. It looked like should have been, kind of in the bag and wrap up the series for Colorado. and then St. Louis came back, tied it up, and went to overtime and won, you could agree that Kemper's goals against got softer as that game. Um, that can be just a mentality thing of, oh no, it's starting to feel inevitable. They burned me good a few times, and then it's just getting worse and worse. It's fun to speculate because I love hockey, and I'm trying to give a little more hockey content here. Been including that in some of the tweets out. So if you're watching these VODs and you enjoy those thoughts, let me know in a comment. If you're a fan, great. If you want less of this, more of the Minecraft, you got to speak up and let me know. But fair warning, for the next, as long as it really continues to be active in the 1 or 2 series to go, I will be talking about it a little bit, but I may not talk this much if you guys tell me to keep the play going and not just pause and talk hockey. But if you're here and enjoying that or stumble across the hockey part of it, let me know. Give me a like, drop me a comment, and let me know kind of what your hockey outlook is. Love to hear it. Anyway, let's wrap this up and have a good rest of your guys' days. Stay awesome, everybody. Take care. Have a wonderful midweek, and we will talk to you again tomorrow. See you, everybody.